And we are live.
Please rise as you're able and join me in welcoming City Council and the playing of National Anthem and the reading of the Invocation.
Please remain standing if you're able to as I read the invocation. As we come together, we recognize the great responsibilities that are laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us also not forget those who've served our community who are no longer with us, and that we must continue to do the work that we do in their memory. Please be seated. Tonight we have Tanya Daniels, City Clerk, to my right, providing clerking services. And behind us, we have also from the clerk staff, Melanie Figueredo, who is helping us. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councillor Wall,
I am here and present.
Councillor Antosky,
Here.
Councillor Martin,
Here.
Councillor Sless,
Present.
Councillor Vanderstelt,
Present.
Councillor Van Tilburg,
Present.
Councillor Carpenter,
Here.
Councillor McCreary,
Here.
Councillor Sicoli, present, Councillor Utley,
Here.
and Mayor Davis.
Here. So I'd like to remind members of council, staff, and our viewing public of the electronic participation policy for our hybrid meetings. All staff and delegates participating virtually are asked to please keep your video and microphones off until you're requested to do so by the chair or other members of council. All rules for delegations under the city's procedural bylaw otherwise apply. Full corporate policy 50 regarding the electronic virtual participation policies available online to review. Now we'll deal with conflicts of interest. I understand, Councillor Carpenter, you have a conflict you'd like to declare in 12.2.9.8 of the Vision Zero Committee. Would you please confirm that and state the nature of your conflict?
Yes, I have a conflict on that item. It's on William Street. I own a property on William Street.
Thank you. We'll make sure that's dealt with separately. Any other declarations of conflict? Seeing none. So we'll deal then with the separation of items. Just to confirm, the following items are already separated. 12.2.9.8, the William Street from the Vision Zero report because of the conflict Councillor Carpenter just declared. 12.2.11, the police station task force. There's a pending amendment with a deferral and I believe another amendment. 12.2.15, seeking prosperity and partnership with Indigenous nations and a timely resolution of the Haldeman Tract land dispute. There are amendments. 12.3.4, housing stability services and reaching home update report. There is a delegation. 12.4.5, proposed amendments to the delegation of authority bylaw and policy, as there's an amendment. 12.4.11, support for locating a new Brantford, Haldimand, Norfolk Catholic District School Board Secondary School in the Northern Expansion Lands. There's an amendment. And 12.4.12, a mayor honorarium redirection, as there is a delegation. Are there any other items contained within the committee reports that council wishes separated for discussion purposes? Yes, Councillor Sikoli.
Yes, can I have item 12.6.1 separated? And just confirming that 13.1 is separated because we have delegation for the cricket.
Hang on. The mayor's pretty slow here tonight. So we got 12.6.1.
Correct.
That's the Fisher Street.
Yep.
Okay. And you said 13.
Cricket.
Yeah, that's separate anyways. It's
Perfect.
under the resolution section.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Just hang on a minute. Got to make sure those in attendance have first crack.
Okay.
Okay, now it's your turn.
thank you,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor. 12.4.99, potential threat to residential home ownership.
12.4.9, that's the threat to residential home ownership.
Yep, please. Thank you.
Okay. Guess that's it. So I believe Councillor Vanderstel, you've got the motion to approve all items in the committee reports that haven't been separated for discussion purposes. Can you read that, please, and state your seconder?
I do indeed, Mr. Mayor. So moved, seconded by Councillor Sikoli, that all items contained in the committee reports, item 12.1 to 12.6, not separated for discussion purposes, be approved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of these items that we're voting on before we vote?
The items not separated for discussion purposes, subject to the vote, are as follows. Human Resource Committee, 12.1.1, Aquatics and Fitness Staffing Realignment, 12.1.2, Building Safer Communities Fund, 12.1.3, Development Application Process Review, Temporary Staff Positions to Support DAP Implementation, 12.1.4, Increase to Building Services Complement, 12.1.5, Operational Services Structure Update. From your Committee of the Whole Operations, 12.2.1, Brantford Community Climate Change Action Plan, 12.2.2, Transit Fleet Electrification Feasibility Study, 12.2.3, Proposed New Elevated Water Storage Tank for Brantford Pressure Districts to Third Preferred Site Selection, 12.2.4, Wayne Gretzky Parkway North Extension Environmental Assessment, 12.2.5, Carter Street 0.3 meter reserve dedication, 12.2.6, Empire 6B Park Naming Report, 12.2.7, Brantford Downtown Priority Plan Update, 12.2.8, the User Fee and Non-Resident Review Task Force Report, including items 12.2.8.1, Aquatics and Fitness Rental Fees, 12.2.8.2, Responses from ICE User Groups Proposed Fee Increase, 12.2.8.3, Gilkinson Ball Diamond Update, 12.2.9, your Vision Zero Road Safety Committee Report, items 12, from within that report, items 12.2.9.1, Provincial Offenses Act, 12.2.9.2, Mayflower Ave Traffic Control, 12.2.9, Henry Street Bicycle Facilities, 12.2.9.3 was the Henry Street, 12.2.9.4 Ava Road Traffic Calming, 12.2.9.5 Digital Speed Sign Program, 12.2.9.6 Pedestrian Crossover Policy, and 12.2.9.7 Mount Pleasant Street Bell Lane, 12.2.10 Brantford Cultural Advisory Committee, 12.2.12 Sport Bid and Hosting Policy Update, 12.2.13 2022 Community Gardens Update, 12.2.14 Grand River Avenue Speed Cushions, 12.2.16 Crossing Guards, 12.2.17 McGinnis Drive Traffic Calming, 12.2.18 Sandra Street Traffic Calming. From your Social Services Committee, items 12.3.1 CSSD Vision Plan, 12.3.2 Trillium Way Paris New Development Update 2022, 12.3.3 municipal affordable housing development initiatives update. 12.3.5 building our community from the kids up early on update. From your committee of the whole planning administration from July 12th. 12.4.1 application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1622 for 177 Colbert Street West. 12.4.2 new zoning bylaw project discussion paper summary report. From 12.4.3 benefit plan carrier multi-year request for proposal. 12.4.4 Indigenous competency training implementation plan. 12.4.6 lease of lands from Grand Avery District School Board, Greenbrier Public School, 33 White Oaks Ave. 12.4.7 building construction process review task force report, including the following two items. 12.4.6.1 City of Brantford site plan control, site alteration and security release. 12.4.6.2 planning committee pilot project. 12.4.8 community heritage and cultural space task force report. 12.4.10 notice of motion deadline. From your finance committee, 12.5.1 2022 capacities on designated public institutes. 12.5.2 John Noble Home request for additional funding for Bell Court redevelopment. 12.5.3 assessment-based management services. 12.5.4 update on capital projects. 12.5.5 quarterly reserve and reserve fund update. From your special committee of the whole planning administration, July 14th, 12.6.2 application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1322 Granite REIT. 12.6.3 application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 0822 346 Shellard Lane. 12.6.4 application for official plan amendment OP 0122 and zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1122 for 800 Colburn. 12.6.5 575 Conklin Road 0.3 mil reserve dedication. 12.6.6 future consent and minor variance applications to committee of adjustments for 251 Memorial Drive. And last but not least, 12.6.7 Greenbrier Neighborhood Association Playground.
My goodness, we had a busy month.
We very much did.
So would you please call the vote, take the vote on this, on these items?
All items not separated for discussion purposes have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we have no statutory public hearings on tonight's agenda, and there are no recognitions of achievement this particular council cycle. We do have two proclamations before us this evening. Councillor Carpenter, could you please move the motion to approve both proclamations and state your seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councilor Cheryl Antosky, that Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Day, September 9th, 2022, and World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, 2022, be approved.
All right, Councillor Wall, can you please read proclamation 8.1?
Whereas fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is a diagnostic term used to describe impacts of the brain and body of individuals prenatally exposed to alcohol that persists throughout the lifespan. And whereas prenatal alcohol exposure is the leading preventable cause of developmental disabilities in Canada, and whereas the exact number of people who have FASD is unknown, and conservative estimate is 4 out of every 100 children are born with the effects of prenatal alcohol exposure annually. Brantford has a population of 98,000, therefore 3,920 people may be affected by FASD locally. And whereas health, social, educational, and justice systems are involved at the community and provincial levels with the cost to Canada of approximately $5.3 billion per year. And whereas approximately half of all pregnancies are unplanned, resulting in later prenatal care and possible unintentional exposure to alcohol. And whereas Brantford community members, health and social service providers, and local decision makers all have a role to play in supporting pregnant women to avoid alcohol during pregnancy and raising awareness that there is no safe amount, no safe type, and no safe time to drink alcohol during pregnancy. And whereas people internationally have observed FASD Awareness Day on September 9th since 1999, and Brantford City Council has observed this day since 2018, we acknowledge that on the 9th day of the 9th month of the year, the world will remember that during the 9 months of pregnancy, it is important to abstain from alcohol. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims September 9th, 2022 as FASD Awareness Day in the City of Brantford.
Okay, and also World Suicide Prevention Day. I believe Councillor Antosky, if you'd read that proclamation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Carpenter. Whereas World Suicide Prevention Day is a time to join with others across the world to declare our commitment to preventing suicide, to spread the message that healing is possible and that there is always hope and a helping hand so that no one faces these challenges alone. And whereas each death by suicide directly impacts numerous family members, friends, loved ones, and by extension, the entire community. Every day, approximately 11 people end their lives by suicide in Canada. Another 210 will attempt suicide. For each death by suicide, it is estimated that the lives of 710 bereaved survivors are profoundly affected. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas the stigma associated with suicide works against suicide prevention by discouraging individuals thinking about suicide from receiving life-saving help and further traumatizes survivors of suicide. And whereas suicide is a highly preventable tragedy, awareness and open and direct talk about suicide is key to making Brantford and Brant County suicide safer communities. Individuals and communities can work together to help prevent suicide by becoming aware of warnings, signs, and risk factors, and knowing where to get help for individuals in distress. And whereas all residents are encouraged to take the time to inquire as to the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors over the next few days, and to genuinely convey their appreciation for their life by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, act of kindness, or gesture could help someone realize that suicide is not the answer. And whereas we would honor and thank those who have given their time to receive formal suicide prevention training, who have reached out to someone in their time of need, and to those who join us now to stand together beside those who have attempted suicide, who have struggled with suicidal thoughts, who have had a difficult journey, and to the family and friends of those who have died by suicide and feel the effects every day. We stand with you to say that you are not alone and that the Brantford community is here for you. Now therefore it be resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims September 10th, 2022 as Suicide Prevention Day in the City of Brantford, and strongly encourages all members of our community to become educated, take all signs of suicide seriously, encourage conversations about mental health in order to break the stigma and promote hope and help to everyone in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. Councillor Antosky, Madam Clerk, if you please take the vote on those proclamations.
All proclamations have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sikoli, Vanderstel, Atley, Slash-Murray, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. We'll now move into delegations, and we have 5 registered delegations this evening. Prior to hearing the delegations, I'd like to remind those in the meeting today that we do have some rules that apply to delegations, and I didn't just make them up tonight. They're in the city's procedural bylaw, and they are: no person shall display any sign, banner, or placard in the meeting other than the materials that, in the opinion of the chair, are legitimate audiovisual aids necessary in connection with the presentation to be made to council. All persons present shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from the use of any language that or gesture that's disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing council shall speak only on the subject in the debate and shall not speak on any other subject. No person shall applaud participants in debate or engage in conversational behavior that may disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. So we'll move then into our first presentation. And we have David McNeil and Carrie Wilson from the Brant Community Healthcare System and Foundation. If you would please come forward. I understand you're speaking to the Mayor Honorarium Redirection Resolution. So if you please introduce yourselves, and you then have 10 minutes inclusive questions from council members.
First, I'm Dave McNeil. I'm the president and CEO of the Brant Community Healthcare System. Thank you for having us this evening.
And I'm Carrie Wilson, the executive director of the Brant Community Healthcare System Foundation.
So as council knows, we've had some very exciting news. In March of 2022. The government of Ontario approved the advancement of the planning for the redevelopment of the Brant Community Healthcare System. And that was to proceed with stage 1 and 2 of planning. Many of you may know or not know that the Ministry of Health has a very detailed planning process that starts off with a pre-capital submission. We completed that pre-capital submission in February of 2020. So any of the information that I use in terms of costing would have been based on 2020 information. We are now approved to proceed to stage 1 and 2. As the diagram above shows, to get to stage 1, we require government approval, and that's what government announced in March of 2022. The next time we need government approval to proceed with the project is in between stage 3 and 4, where we're doing detailed actually construction documents or tender documents. So the government needs to approve at that phase. Maybe just to give some detail around what happens in stage 1 and 2. In stage 1 and 2, we have to do everything from completing a master plan that shows the facility redevelopment over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, and now 30 years. We have to do a facility development plan, and it's very iterative related to stage 1 and 2, because in stage 2, we have to identify all the proposed services, the operational processes, the workload for the facility, the detailed space requirements, architectural plans at the block level, very preliminary equipment estimate, which one, of course, would identify all the costs of equipment and estimated capital costs of construction. So at the end of the stage 1 and stage 2, we will have a very detailed plan that will be going forward to the Ministry of Health, and we work with the Ministry of Health bureaucratic team. Of course, cost of the project in the very preliminary phase at the pre-capital submission was at $1.3 billion. And the community share of that contribution generally is about 10% of the value of construction, which would put it at about $130 million. Of course, as we advance planning, and given the fact that those cost estimates were from 2020 and we're now post-pandemic, we can anticipate some significant probably changes. There's some other high-level considerations that we have to look at the facility level. Again, this is a 30-year out plan, and we have to also look at the integration with other health service providers as we consider what's the hospital future going to look like, and what are the other services that will be provided within the community as we size our facility. As most people know, the planning for the hospital is to redevelop on the existing site of the hospital, and we want to extend our appreciation to the city for the lease arrangement for the lands and the fire hall that we've been able to execute, and that greatly facilitated our planning and removed a very significant barrier as we contemplate the future of the Brant Community Healthcare System and the needs of the community and the redevelopment. So I'm going to pass it over to Carrie, who's going to highlight some of the fundraising initiatives of the foundation.
Thank you, David. As David mentioned, in today's numbers, we are anticipating that the build will cost approximately $1.3 billion. And as he mentioned as well, the local share of that would be anticipated at the 10%. In addition to that, our foundation would also be expected to raise the funds necessary for all of the patient equipment that will be required for this wonderful new facility to serve the Brantford and Brant County residents. In today's standards, we're anticipating that the local share or fundraising anticipation would be anywhere between $130 million to $200 million. That fundraising campaign is certainly beyond what the likes of this community has ever entertained. And although we're exceptionally excited, we know that support is going to be required from all individuals in our community and all aspects of our community. So no donation is too small. No gift is too little. We are are anticipating that every single resident is going to have to help to support us as we look towards servicing the community needs of our healthcare system today and beyond into the future. As I mentioned, we're very excited and planning has begun with our foundation and with our partners at the Brant Community Healthcare System. We are anticipating embarking on a feasibility study within stage 1 to anticipate what fundraising costs will be able to be achieved from our community. And once we have that information, we're looking forward to sharing it. As David mentioned, we do have all of this information available to the community. We have a dynamic website where the planning is going to be updated on a regular basis at rbchs.ca. Of course, our foundation is also hosting a great deal of information on how to give, but most importantly, if any individuals in our community are looking to give a gift today, please visit bchsdonate.com.
So floor is open to questions. Councillor Sluss, then Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And welcome, folks. Pleasure to see you again. The first question that I get asked a lot, because there were renderings put in the paper, I believe, and people had to look at the conceptual drawings of the building. It's pretty wild looking of a building. Is that what it's going to look like? That's a question I'm commonly asked.
No, I mean, that's a conceptual drawing, and it's really to demonstrate that this will be a new modern hospital. And that was the intent of that conceptual rendering.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that clarity. And I guess I think, Carrie, you probably answered the question, but how can somebody get involved today to help make this happen?
So there's many different ways. I'd encourage individuals to visit our website. We do have a wide host of opportunities to contribute to our foundation, obviously through personal giving, regular giving. But in addition to that, if there's individuals who are looking to become engaged, host an event to help to raise awareness and community support for our community, all of it is much appreciated. And I'd be happy to personally speak to any individual in our community who's looking to support.
I'm sure you could accept things that were bequested in wills and that type of thing.
Absolutely.
Good. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. First and foremost, thank you for everything that you do to make sure that the people of this community receive first-class healthcare here in Brantford. Councillor Slass asked most of my question, but I'm going to dive deeper into it. So if you are a person or a corporate entity or an organization that wants to work with the BCHSF to do a fundraiser or a charity event, they just reach out to you. What are some things that you've done in the past that other people could emulate and do to get us to this goal?
So we have had large campaigns. We have a gala coming up in September. At this moment in time, coming up in September as well, the Brantford Professional Firefighters, we are their charity of choice. So their golf tournament proceeds are also benefiting our foundation and the future of our community's healthcare. As well, as I mentioned, there's a wide variety of different ways. We have a third-party event link on our website where individuals can take a look, and it gives some ideas as well as a detail if any individuals are looking at hosting an event of their own to have us be the charitable recipient. And again, we'd be happy to chat. We have a group of staff who are really, really enthusiastic about how to engage our community. So we'd be happy to chat with individuals.
Awesome. And one more time, loudly, slowly, and clearly, where do people go to find out more about this and to make a donation or to support?
If you go to ourbchs.ca, you can see all the detailed plans about the future redevelopment. And right on there, there's a link to our foundation.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, can you provide that to us so that we can put that link on our city sites so that anybody who wants to hook up to Brantford City Council? And,
absolutely.
And the network, the Brant County Health Services Network we're talking about, it's not just Brantford, Brant County, it's bigger than that, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And so with the cooperation now with the new integrated health network, it's going to include Brantford, Brant, and Norfolk. Is that going to be part of our health thinking?
Yeah, so I think the Ontario Health Team structure, and as we think about the services that we provide to our region, we'll be looking out to our regional partners and communities to help support, particularly the regional programs that are provided at the Brant Community Healthcare System.
Thank you. And like you said, no little donation is too little. No such thing as too little or too large when we're talking about $200 million.
No, absolutely not. And I think, this is really about community engagement. This is about community involvement. This is the community's healthcare facility. This isn't a corporate entity that owns a building. This is about the community and really engaging the community. So any activity at schools, right from our kindergarten children to our high school kids to our universities, we're looking for contribution and really community engagement in a very exciting project that's going to have a significant influence for years and years to come. And the more involvement we get, the better I think that will be for our community.
And thank you for all you do. It's great time that the province is now funding hospitals instead of closing them. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you. We've just gone slightly beyond 10 minutes. But Carrie and David, I want to thank you very much. And in particular, thank you for service to the community all the way through the COVID pandemic. Despite all the travails and challenges, still able to knuckle down and continue on with the planning for a new updated hospital. And thank you very much for that. So we'll move on to the next item. Now we're going to have some delegations regarding cricket. And first is Brantford Gully Cricketers. And this is in reference to the Southwest Task Force report. And I understand we have a member or members of the Brantford Gully Cricketers who are here tonight. And if you would please step forward, gentlemen. And if you would, come right up to the table there, and you saw how it works. So you just have to push the button there on the speaker. So you have 10 minutes inclusive for questions to speak to this item. But first, please introduce yourself to us.
Hello, members of the jury, council members. My name is Sandesh. I live in West Brant. I'm part of Brantford Gully Cricketers, a very informal cricketing group. We comprise of just about 160 casual recreational players. And with me, I have a couple of my teammates. The first one is Manoj Patel. Manoj, can you raise your hand? Manoj Patel and Manoj Patel. So Manoj is also a very well-known personality within the community. He owns two largest motels of the city. He has been supporting the residents of city for just over 10 years, Grand Motel and Mohawk Motel, and even city leverages his motel during the winters to support a lot of homeless people. So Manoj is here, and we have Minesh, who owns one bait and tackle in Charlotte, and he's also a very well-known personality among our team. So at the outset, I want to thank members for giving us an opportunity and for hearing our voice. The topic that I want to talk about today is about the cricket grounds, right? So cricket, just to give, given the number of grounds in the city, I think it makes a lot of sense for me to introduce the game to all of you people, since I think most of you do not know cricket. Cricket is a strategy game between two teams, and each team consists of 11 players, right? Each team bats and fields in turns, and the batters try to score runs. The fielders try to stop them, and the team that scores the most runs wins the match. So that's in basic cricket. And just so you know, cricket was the first national sport of Canada. How many of you even knew about it? John MacDonald actually declared cricket as the national sport of Canada. And today we are at a stage we don't have a single cricket ground in Canada's fantastic sporting city called Brantford. We don't have a single cricketing ground. Well, most of you may argue that we have Waterworks Parks, but that's not a dedicated cricket ground. So that's the state of affairs in the city for cricket, right? Now, a little bit about the Canadian cricket team. So, Canada has just about won 8 out of 11 international matches. All of you guys should be really proud about it, because even though they didn't qualify for the World Cup, they did win 8 out of the last 11 international matches, which actually tells how much talent we have in Canada and how much potential does the game have, right? So that's a little bit about cricket, basics of cricket, right? Can't seem to go forward. Okay, there you go. So what's the current scenario with the scheme of things? Currently, there is not a single dedicated cricket ground in the city. That's the current state of affairs. We don't have a single dedicated cricket ground in the city. Well, a lot of people argue that there's Waterworks Parks. That's where a lot of professional cricketing leagues play. We have our friends right behind, they were sitting right behind us. These guys play professional cricket. We have just about 3 professional cricketing leagues in the city. They play provincial cricket. And unfortunately, they have to go to other cities to play cricket. Sometimes they do play here as well, but we don't have a dedicated cricket ground. That's the current state of affairs. We had 3 cricketing teams, as I told you. And just about a year ago, we started a very informal cricketing group called Brantford Gully Cricketers, right? Now, Gully means casual recreational group. I mean, back in India, we play cricket on the streets. That's called gully cricket. So what started as a weekend affair with 8 people, today we have 160 players. 160 players in just about 9 months. We're not even 1 year completed. We are 160 players. We are probably 20 to 25 at any given point of time. As I speak today, there are about 20 guys playing in Agnes Hodge school grounds, which is not a cricketing ground. It's very hazardous to play cricket over there, but people want to play cricket. So they go to school backyards, parking lots, basketball grounds. So we don't have spaces to play. So that's the current state of affairs. So, and what I'm showing there, it's the Gully Cricket WhatsApp group. You can see there are about 160 participants, right? And the photo that you see down below is a soccer ground next to Sobeys, Diomni Park. That's where we play cricket. The tree is the wicket, actually. So, so that's a photo which we had taken some time back. So that's Gully cricket for you guys. So, all right. So what we are trying to propose here, right? So we have some proposal, and I hope the city would oblige to some of our requests, right? So Waterworks Park, I think it's a very good cricketing ground. A lot of my friends right behind us would probably agree with us. They play good cricket. They play professional league matches over there. Unfortunately, it is not a dedicated cricket ground. It is still actually, there's an obstruction by the baseball diamond, which is quite hazardous for players when they play the game. So that we want that to be moved. That's the first thing. The second thing is we probably want another small cricketing ground to be added in Waterworks Park, which would allow for recreational players like us, right? And the third one is West Brant. I don't know how many of you know the number of South Asian community people moving in there. And most of the 160 people that we have is from West Brant. That's the potential. And honestly, a lot of people don't even know we exist, right? We are an informal group. A lot of people don't know we even exist. So out of 160 people, I think a lot of people even don't know that the game is played, on a daily basis, right? But people do turn up. They turn up and they come and they play. Like I said, there's a game happening right now as I speak to you people. So what I'm proposing is probably, we don't want a full-fledged dedicated ground in West Brant. All we need is a couple of pitches that will probably take a couple $1,000s for you guys to prepare. A couple of pitches for us to go and play. And the location is probably next to Sobeys, the Diomni Park, Creek Park. So a couple of pitches, if you guys can add, we can probably go there and play some nice cricket on a daily basis. So that's our request to the council members. And we expect this 160 to go up by at least 500 more, because on a daily basis, I'm the administrator, I'm the admin for the WhatsApp group for that plays Gully Cricket. We have just about 5 to 6 new players joining in every day. So the community is growing, and we expect it to grow by another 4 to 5-fold in just about a couple of years. So there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of scope for the game to grow in this city. So I really appreciate you guys, the members, take some cognizance of this fact. Now, this is the proof of interest. I was seeing a video sent by Mr. Chris from Brantford Sports Council, and I saw the questions being raised about provers, the interest in the sport. I mean, we have come to a point where we need to prove the likingness for a sport. But nevertheless, I started a petition not too long ago, 4 days ago. And in 4 days, I could garner just about 170 signatures on petition. So I have a written petition on change.org. 169 people have signed it, right? And we expect, and like I said, out of 169 people, a lot of people don't even know we exist, right? We got a lot of support from the local community. A lot of people want the grounds, right? So that's the proof. Somebody asked for the proof, and here it is. We are providing the proof. And as of now, like I said, we are 160 people, and I think there are like a couple of provincial league teams. We make up just about 215, just like that. On paper, we are 250, but a lot of people don't come out. They can't play because there are no grounds to play. There's no pitches, right? It's as hard as what we are playing right now in the school uneven pitches. It's very dangerous for players to play. So this is the proof of interest. And I think what I'm showing there is just the tip of an iceberg. A lot of people want to play. And I think we should encourage this sport more in the city. Well, what are the revenue streams? We can expect a lot of people to come into play, given our proximity to Hamilton, Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo. This is the belt that plays a lot of cricket, so we can expect a lot of population from that part of the town to come and play in the city, which is definitely an additional source of revenue. I've seen places like Brampton and Mississauga make a lot of money, the city, the cricket grounds, because of the facilities. They have a lot of good facilities. We don't have that facilities. If we can provide a couple of good cricketing grounds, I'm sure we have a lot of people coming into the city to play the game. So on this note, I really want to thank each one of you to provide me an opportunity. I'm sorry, sir, I don't have an answer for your question. The gentleman from BCH has asked me, where do you guys play? Probably next year we'll be in a better position to tell where we play. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Senator. We have time, I believe, for one question.
Yeah.
And Councillor Sikoli, you've got about 30 seconds, okay?
Sure.
I just want to thank you for coming out, Sandesh. We've communicated via email, and I know how passionate you are about this.
Yeah.
I only got 30 seconds, so I'm going to rush through it. But Dobney Park, you mentioned that you go there and you play and you think that might be a suitable location.
It is a fantastic location. We just need 2 patches there, 2 simple, playing pitch. And that's about it.
So there's a lot of soccer that goes.
There's a lot of soccer there.
I'm a soccer player. You play cricket, I play soccer, but I know how busy it is there. So
it is. We
does
got
that
kicked
hinder
out.
your play?
Yeah.
Would you say that hinders your ability to play there?
Yeah. I mean, we just need 2 pitches there. I think we can definitely play some good cricket in that ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the time. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
That
much.
was very informative and very precisely and succinctly delivered. So
thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
So we have another delegation to speak to cricket, a representative from the Panthers Cricket Club. So, sir, similarly, you have 10 minutes inclusive questions. If you'd first of all identify yourself for us.
Hi, myself Rajesh Prasad, representing Panthers Cricket Club. Okay, thank you. So that's our logo. Why do we have that? It's about dawn to dusk and we rise. And I don't want to repeat anything that the Gully cricketers did. Don't want to take that time repeating. So if we go further. Okay, so we are a nonprofit organization registered. So the basic aim here is we want to train. Yes, we want to play, but we are focusing on the youth and the kids starting age 6, because we have identified, I have a daughter, she's 6-year-old. She does run, she is an athlete, she can play soccer, she does understand what cricket is, how the bounce happens. She loves skating. So I, as a father, don't want to limit her to any game. I want kids to expose, to understand. If they can understand softball, they can understand cricket. And cricket has a lot of technical opportunity. And being a game and any sport is all about teamwork. And that is essentially why I, as a father, take my kid. And that is the approach. And this is what I know, or our team knows to play well. And that is where we stand. So we want to connect the family, children, and everybody, bring a happy or healthy community. But essentially, we want to bring out the kids and the youth who like and train them and make the awareness about the game and how easy it is not. It is not an easy game. Yeah, it takes time, but it's a tough game to play. We were fortunate enough to get our logo and the jersey launched. For this, I had to travel to Mississauga because it wasn't easy to convince anybody locally. So we were able to get Honorable MPP Deepak Anand to get support and spread the awareness of the club that we're trying to propose to. That's a small picture to show few people that we have a banner, we have a team member, we have a realtor who is sponsoring us basically to support us to grow. And all the members, I'm just showing few, we fund ourselves to bring in the members, the community, even the kids, to train them and to grow. What we want to do is now recently we have a plan. We are working with Brantford Sports Council. Thanks to Chris. We have a plan coming Saturday. We are running an awareness campaign for youth and family to understand the game, do a demonstration about the game. What is the game all about? Brantford Cricket Club is also joining with us for the same event to spread the knowledge about the game in the county. And we want to get an opportunity and connecting to what Sandesh just said about the center of cricket. If we have an opportunity, if we have the facility, there's a lot that we can do here, like an indoor, outdoor leagues, the cricketing nets or practices. So what it does is it works around the economics. It brings in a lot of economical opportunity also to self-grow the environment. So if we have the facility, I very well know that we can really grow. And we as club or any club travel to Niagara, Hamilton, Mississauga, Brampton, Ajax, all these places to play the sport, which is something that we think we have enough space here, which we can do here. What we are looking from the city, I don't want to repeat anything. It's been done. Just covering few stuff over there with the cricket stadium, with the stands. We can have an option for vendor shack. I kind of focus all around the business of economics, just know the game. We want to make sure that the people who are in and around, there are a lot of trucking, food industry, or people who could come over there. They could be selling few stuff. We could be supporting the locals in and around Brantford while the game is happening, or while the things are practices happening, or they could have some vending machines and stuff like that. It creates opportunity for a lot of people. So we need enough space for kids and youth or adults can practice safely. That's very important. And opportunities so that we kind of work together and take it to a next level wherein we could host great games like the Niagara or the Mississauga, where we have great grounds and people travel from different countries. I recently came to know that a school team traveled from England to Mississauga and they were practicing or getting trained. Why can't we do that? Surely we can do that. We have enough of people around here to do that. And that's all I want to present. I don't want to repeat anything. Thank you. Any questions?
All right, questions? Councillor Sikoli, then Councillor Kirk.
Mayor Davis looked at me because he just knew I was going to have a question for you. I know way too much about cricket right now, and I'm proud to know everything that I do. I've learned so much. So just to clarify to everyone, you travel to play games throughout southwestern Ontario. So how often would you say a team and their families are coming into the community of Brantford to play and participate and watch a game of cricket?
That is what we lack, because we don't have the facility where we can host a game, and which is what we want to do. So we travel. I would travel with my wife, my kid, or our people. We go to different place of Ontario, play there, have an event, and that essentially is doing a lot to the local economics over there, and which is something that we want to bring in. Like Hamilton hosts a lot of game, Mississauga, something like that, and we want Brantford. We can host a lot of games. We have already 3-4 clubs together. We can do what it needs to self-fund the investment, and it's an ROI.
So to be clear, currently, nobody wants to come play here.
Yes, that's a sad truth, yes.
Thank you.
But if we have that ground dedicated,
Then they would.
we can bring people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks for coming and thanks for bringing it to our attention. Councillor Antosky and I have a large population in the east part of our ward too that would be interested in cricket. So you talk about growing the league. Thank you for your volunteerism for growing the league and working with the youth of our community to grow a sport. So the question is, once you grew a league, we provided some spaces. You would rent those spaces for the leagues. You charge a fee and all that. And that's the program you're looking for, right? I see a lot of heads nodding. So go ahead.
Yes, because we will have to, in a way, balance the funding that we want to do on a very substitutional rate. It's not about profit,
No.
But it is about managing the costs.
Very
But
much
yes.
like how we manage softball and baseball leagues and hockey leagues, so forth. You would do the same thing with cricket. You just need some locations to make that, to grow that sport and teach the youth.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if we do that, what happens to is it's an opportunity, and there are a lot of kids and youth who can go professional to it.
Okay, thank you.
That is what we envision.
Thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. Councillor Carpenter had one of my questions. I have two. First one would be, we were talking about you travel out of town. I guess they're kind of like tournaments or whatever. Is there any kind of average number you could say attend these of players? Is there 6 teams? Is there 8 teams? Is there 2 teams? Like, how does that work usually?
So most of the time, with the number of grounds we have, so on a day, sometimes we have 3 games. So the early game starts at 7:45 to 8 a.m. in the morning and finish by about 8:30 in the night. So we have 3 teams per team. It will be 11 active players, and you would always have about 3 to 4 backup players for injury's sake. So we are looking at per team a minimum of 14 players in the ground. So if we have 3 games, we are looking into 6 teams, and 6 into 14 is the number of players would attend in a single day.
So 100 to 150, somewhere in that range. Okay.
Yes.
And my next question was, how do you say nobody knows about us? How do you get the word out? I went to your website. It must be new. You're ramping it up. But what's going to be your most effective way to get the word out to people so that they know you exist and what you're doing?
So a real example is the event that we have coming Saturday. The Brantford Sports Council, Access Storage, they are sharing our portfolio across on the social media. We have a very structured internal organization the moment I started this, because my background was also into something else like project management things. So we have delegations for social media. We have an internal finance auditing happening. We have somebody taking the minutes. We have somebody as a president, director, and a second director. And the way we spread it out is we try to use the community. We try to use anybody I know, trying the posters, flyers out to all the community I am a member of, or our team is a member of, or any league that we play. This is all being spread by the word of anybody that is possible. And thanks to the Sports Council here. And if City could also come up with a plan wherein this awareness can be spread, we are very happy. Like kids have summer camp for everything else, but not cricket. We could do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. That's slightly gone beyond the 10 minutes. Again, very informative, and thank you for coming out. We will be discussing this very early in the meeting, so please stay if you'd like. All right. Before we move to the next delegation, I'm going to ask for an indulgence. I have three special guests here tonight. Visiting from a long ways away, my oldest daughter, Kate, who is visiting from Whitehorse, Yukon, and her oldest son, Warren, and my other grandson, Austin, who lives in Burlington, son of my other daughter, Melanie. So just like to welcome them here. They won't be here very long, and I promised them they'd hear this. So promise completed. So we'll move on then to the next delegation. The last one we're going to hear from tonight regarding cricket, and it's the Brantford Cricket Club. So if representative would please come forward, follow the same procedure. If you identify yourself, and you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions. Yeah, well, that was a practice.
Okay, is it? Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Ishtiyaq Ahmed, and I'm representing Brantford Cricket Club, your own local cricket club. And I'm accompanied by Harsh, who used to be our team member, but because our team has grown so much that they have formed their own team, and they're named by Brantford Warriors. So you want to say hello?
Hey, my name is Harsh, and I'm from Brantford Warriors Cricket Club. We used to be part of Brantford Cricket Club, but since our team grew a lot and we didn't have all the players didn't have opportunity to play, we had to form another cricket club, and these guys did have. So we played at Waterworks together, and we had about 60 members in the club. We play Ontario Cricket League. So just under Canada Cricket, there's another cricket group that falls, that's Ontario Cricket Club. And then under Ontario Cricket, there's a league. We play Hamilton District League. We both of our teams are in the same cricket league. We play under Ontario Cricket, and we play both the leagues. And these guys, so Brantford Cricket Club, do play at Waterworks Park. We didn't have a home ground, so we play under the league, and we play as a home ground at different places. Guelph, Niagara, Hamilton, Burlington, wherever we can get a ground, we go play there to play as a home ground. And I'll let Ishta continue.
Right. My talking points are going to be very brief because my other fellows like Gully Cricket and Panthers, they have provided a lot of details already. So Brantford Cricket Club has been in active existence since 2015. But in history, it's like it has 100 years of history alone in Brantford. So there is a picture on Brantford Library Archives. You could see the old players from Brantford who used to represent BCC Club. So we are continuing that legacy. So what our needs are, basically our home ground is Waterworks, and Brantford Warriors is not having any ground. The reason is because city only has one cricket ground, but it's not dedicated. We are fortunate enough that we can get that whenever we need it. Generally, we play on Saturday and Sunday, but we are lacking some, for example, improvements to the ground. For example, the pitch is not what it should be. We have to prepare the pitch. We spend 2 to 3 hours every day, before the game, so which could save us a lot of time. We could use that time to prepare ourselves before and after the match. And also the clubhouse, we want improvement over there. There is a diamond, baseball diamond, which is not kind of safe for when fielders run around because it's gravel, and if you fall on that, then it can cause injuries. So we want a safe environment where our existing teams can play. And also there is like sitting area, we want improvement there. So overall overhauling of Waterworks Park we are looking for. Plus cricket practice area over there, particularly so that we don't have to travel other places to practice it. We used to go to Mississauga, and it was taking like 3 hours back and forth, and people were like, they used to go like once or twice, and after that they were getting demotivated. So we want our players to stay local, they play here, and then they can enjoy the sport. So this is with regards to waterworks. And the second request that we have, the new facilities, the cricketing facility that we are having we heard that on Shallard Lane. If we could have another cricketing facility there, so we already have Brantford Warriors and Panthers. They are without home grounds. So it means that city can host 3 clubs at the same time on over the weekends at least, because the league that we play in is HTCL. Generally, they decide the number of teams, the number of venues that they have available. So currently, we are limited to 10 teams. So they have a potential to grow 12, 14, depending upon the number of facilities that they get. So similar to Waterworks Park, if you can get that one ground there, so it will increase the inflow of different players to the city. Third request that we have is with regards to recreational cricket, similar to gully cricket that they explained. Like anytime, whenever people want to play, they could go and play sport. Currently, even myself, I also play recreational sport. Like anytime when I have time, I play that in addition to professional support. So for that, we are lacking facilities altogether because we cannot go to waterworks because that requires 2 to 3 hours of preparation time. We have to roll it, put the mat on. So that's not feasible. If you would just want to play for an hour, so you have to spend like 3 hours to prepare. So we want, similar to baseball diamonds, like some sort of pitches lay down within the shared facility so that people can go anytime and play. So this will encourage local growth here. So kids can also play. So our kids right now, they don't have any place to play. Generally, we share basketball courts or any other facilities that are available. But if we see our kids are going to, or any other kids, they're going to see those facilities available, the first thing they're going to ask, like, question what it is. And once they're going to ask question what it is, they will know about the game. And once they will know about the game, they will show their interest. And lastly, my request is regarding the practice facilities. During winter months, we practice at access storage. The access storage is not particularly designed for cricket practice. So the pitch that we play on, it's not safe. Generally, we get very unexpected bounce, and that can get injured different players. I got injured too. I had to rest for a couple of weeks, but we need improvement from cricketing perspective. Within the city, it can be access storage or it can be somewhere else. So these are the 4 main requests that I have. In addition to that, I'll just take few more seconds. Right now, you can be proud of yourself that this season, we play in 4 different formats, like 40 overs. We have 2 teams, Premier Team and Elite Team. So we are number 1 at the table right now on the Elite format, and number 3 on the Premier Team. And we this weekend we just won the shortest game format, which is T20. So in Hamilton District Cricket League, we won that tournament, which is a huge success for the city as well, and it needs to be recognized at the city level. So you could see there's a huge potential here, but we don't want that potential to be wasted because of lack of facilities. Thank you very much. And if you want to add,
I will continue. Like he said, he's like BCC is on top level at elite level, and a premier level. Brantford Warriors is on the top of the lead on the table. We played 5 matches and we're on top. We've won all 5 and we haven't lost any. We split as a club, but when we tried to book the ground with City and we asked for City to give us the ground, City said there's only 1 room available at Waterworks, so you have to share it. And we said there's a lot of personal stuff that we have to share. There is another room if you can give us. We will buy our own mat. So we don't have a pitch. We have to put a mat. Like it says, 3 hours preparation time. We were okay to buy a mat too. And we told City, so we pay City about $40 to $30 to $40 an hour to play. We book it for 8 hours. So right now we book another cities, but when we told City that we are okay to buy everything, if you can there's 2 rooms. If you give us 1 room, 1 BCC can have it, Brantford Cricket Club. Second one, we can have it, Brantford Warriors Cricket Club. They said, no, you have to share one with them. We said, there's a lot of personal stuff, a lot of personal equipment that you have to share, and it's not possible. They said, okay, we are going to propose a different cricket ground on Shallard's Lane. There's a new ground coming up there. Instead of soccer, we're going to propose cricket. So this is second year. I have tons of emails. I can show you guys that we email the city. We fill the forms every year, but we got no reply. So we still end up playing at different cities. To book Waterworks Park, they told us, okay, so if you don't have a ground, you still have to pay the same. We don't have a place for you to put the equipment. So that's what we request. If we could even in all the other cities in Southwestern Ontario, there's 2 to 3 grounds of cricket that are available for professional cricket. We play professional. So Brantford Cricket Club and us, we play under Ontario Cricket. So if we could get a proper cricket pitch with a proper mat, we don't have to put a mat. It's called a turf pitch. Like, you know how you have a cricket, soccer, indoor soccer. That's how the pitch is.
AstroTurf, if you can lay
turf. And if we have that, we will pay city for everything. We propose city to even pay half for what it costs to put the pitch. And we have filled the forms and we sent everything, but we haven't heard anything. But if we could get anything, that would be great, because one of our team members plays for Canada Cricket. He's the captain of Canada Cricket team, Nav Taliwal. Because Hamilton District Cricket League didn't let him play because we play Premier. There's level. So in Hamilton Cricket, there's levels. There's Premier, Elite, Super Elite, right? And we play Premier. Brantford Cricket Club plays Premier and Elite. So once we get to Super Elite level, that player will be able to play in Brantford, but he can't play right now because we don't have our home ground. And on top of that, we are not that level yet. So, but if we can get that, we can be. And then we play access storage. Both of us teams, we share the times in winters to play. Like I said, it's actually uneven bounce and it's not a proper thing. 3 of our players got injured badly. One even got 8 stitches, and he was out of cricket for 8 weeks. So we would like a small pitch for indoor practice, and if we could get a designated cricket ground, and we will be able to book it, because when we do a booking,
you've gone beyond the 10 minutes, so can you wrap it up?
Yeah,
in
just
about 10,
wrap up.
15 seconds?
We are backed up by insurance. So when we book a ground at Brantford, from Brantford City, we have insurance backed up by Canada Cricket. Just in case anything happens in there, it's always insured by Canada Cricket. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for coming out tonight and providing us with some additional information regarding cricket. And we may not be dealing with it in full tonight, but certainly we'll be addressing it in some form or another.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last delegation tonight is James Moulton from the Salvation Army, who would like to speak to the Housing Stability Services and Reaching Home an Update report. Mr. Moulton could not come in tonight, but I believe we do have him through an audio connection. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
This is James Moulton. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Moulton, it's Mayor Davis. We can hear you. Your voice is being broadcast inside the council chamber. So you have, first of all, you just identify yourself, and then you have 10 minutes to speak to this matter, inclusive of questions.
That's great. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to councillors and members who are attending tonight. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to talk about housing. My name is James Moulton, as you mentioned. I'm with the Salvation Army. I'm the Executive Director overseeing Brantford Booth, as well as the Housing and Resource Center. And as it would be no surprise to everyone to understand that the housing issues are complex, and out of COVID, we've experienced real serious challenges for access people who are experiencing homelessness and getting back to the house. Reports have indicated that shelter is necessary to cover all the demographics that our community would experience. For example, men, women, couples, youth, and certain lots of other demographics. But I also want to make sure that council decision making, the shelter beds, while being in-house support, sorry, that are to help.
Mr. Mulder, I hate to interrupt, but you're breaking up. You must be in a cell phone. You're breaking up badly, and it's very hard to hear what you're saying. Can you move to a landline connection or obtain a better signal?
Is it working okay right now?
It's better. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, but we really couldn't hear much of what you're saying. It sounds better now.
Okay, and my apologies. I just wanted to speak with regards to, I'll just pick up at the part that I want to advocate for ensuring that investment is included in in-house supports for those that are experiencing homelessness. Those supports, we believe, would keep people housed in the midterm and long term and have real good success with regards to permanent housing and a more permanent solution to those experiencing homelessness. So while I do believe investment in shelters is important, it's only one of the things that I think council should be considering. So that's just me wanting to gain attention or bring attention. The Salvation Army would be willing to be a partner in that, but certainly there are other wonderful agencies as well that may be able to be a partner in those midterm and long-term solutions. I think that's everything that I wanted to say, but I just wanted to bring attention particularly to this sort of mid-look at permanent housing for people.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moulton. I don't see any other members of council who have any questions for you, but I did want to personally thank you for the work the Salvation Army does. It's a great partner for the city, both in terms of the shelter that you operate and also the housing assistance and the program that you operate out of the facility on, I believe it's Colburn Street. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Brian, sorry, we do have a question for you, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, James. I'm just wondering if you're familiar with long-term tenants paying relatively reasonable to low rents where their homes may be purchased that they're renting from, and then they're being evicted and unable to afford the other rents that are out there, the newer rents. Have you encountered that, or are you familiar with that activity happening, and what might your thoughts be on that?
So the answer to that is yes. What we're seeing is affordability for a lot of our clients is definitely a challenge, and I think I would say that what I would like to see is for investment in affordable housing units. I do recall having a conversation recently where there was a question about the sunset clause that's sometimes put in the affordable housing. So for example, sometimes affordable housing is built and it has a 10 or 15 or 20-year sunset clause, but even at the end of 20 years, then those affordable units go away. I think we need to make sure that there's enough affordable housing units available and that they also are there for the long term. With regards to affordability, I don't think it's going to get any better. So I kind of hope that there's going to be some support as well for perhaps increases in some of the allowances that individuals are receiving. I don't know if that's helping answer the question, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, again, thank you very much, Mr. Moulton, and we will be addressing this particular item fairly early in the meeting because you did come as a delegation. So thank you again.
Thank you for the time.
All right, so we'll move on then to item 10, which is the clerk's report and communication. Councillor Vanderstel, do you have the motion to receive the clerk's report?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Sikoli, that the clerk's report of communications for July 2022 be received. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on this.
The clerk's report on communication is carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis, noting Councillor Antosky was not present at the time of the vote.
All right, we'll now move on to minutes, and I believe, Councillor Martin, you have the motion to adopt the minutes listed in the agenda.
Thank you. Yes, I move second by Councillor McCurry that the following minutes be adopted. 11.1 Special Council, June 22nd. 11.2 Special City Council, July 12th. 11.3 Special City Council, Private and Confidential, June 27th. And 11.4 Special City Council, Private and Confidential, July 12th.
Are there any errors and omissions on the minutes? Seeing none raised, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote?
All minutes have carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Yes, Councillor Celeste.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have a lot of folks in the audience that really don't know how to get out of here, and I don't think they want to sit through this entire agenda. I don't know if we could take a 30-second pause or something to allow people that wanted to leave, they could.
Well, the item's just about to come up, so we'll certainly take a break after we deal with the items that have been delegated to. But I believe they would like to hear how the issue involving cricket is going to be addressed, at least for this evening. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Celeste, though. So let's move into the committee reports then, where we'll get into these kinds of discussions. And Councillor Sakoli, I understand you have the motion to have the Southwest Task Force report 13.1. So please state your resolution and your seconder.
I can't read that far away from my face. I do. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Vanderstel, that staff report 2022-452 Southwest Community Center Project revision to Phase 2 be received, and that staff be directed to move forward with Phase 2 as detailed and recommended in this report and proceed with the detailed design phase of that project. May I speak to this?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So my head is spinning right now because we have heard so much information just tonight at this presentation, and I feel like we get more information by the day on the needs of the cricket community. So I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that we need a cricket facility that is proper and that is safe and that is permanent for the cricket community. But I'm starting to wonder if we need a little more consultation with the cricket community. I think what we originally thought we should do, maybe there's more to it. Maybe we can do better. And I don't want to rush this and have this all of a sudden 5 years from now, we're having another problem because it's not good enough or we need more. So what I would like to do tonight is I'd like to offer a deferral for this item. Would you like me to put that forward right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't, can you thank you for advising us of your intent to defer.
Yeah.
And I agree, that does make sense. But let's find out if anybody would like to speak to cricket and the
Then
cricket
Can I finish
resolution.
my talking opportunity then?
Yes, you'd
Okay.
finish and then we'll hear from your deferral because I see we do have some members who would like to talk. So,
Perfect.
all right.
So I will be bringing forward a deferral, like I mentioned later on, and the sole purpose of that is just to talk to you guys a little bit more, to get a better understanding of what you need, so that when we come back to council with this, it is a plan that we're all happy with and a plan that makes sense for all of Brantford, and in particular, the large community that is in West Brant that we know we have. And I would love to hear a little bit more about the indoor facility needs, and if we can find a solution for that. And so that's why I'm doing that. I just want to let you know, I 100% have your back and full support. I want to make sure we get this 100% right when it comes back. And I feel like the community has so much more to offer and so much more information to bring back to us. And I want to make sure that we're squeezing you for all of that information before we put something forward. Thank you, and let me know when you want my deferral. Thank you.
I'll let you know. Not yet. Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, in the delegations that came forward, it feels like a bit of a tragedy, a home pitch in another city when there's so many players here and so many teams here and a league here and a growing interest here and injuries here because of an improper pitch. And it's something that we don't want to hear. I mean, we send out our staff on a regular basis. If it's a hockey rink, we make sure that we send them out before the game, during the game, after the game to make sure the ice surface is okay. When we're talking about soccer or baseball or football, we send our crews out to line those fields and to take the time to draw a straight line in the field. We're doing basically nothing for cricket, and there's an interest. And you know, I have to admit, outside of an awful lot of influence at home with the game of cricket, I wasn't paying attention to the local need for it. And you've certainly demonstrated that tonight. And I have a sense that it will be a growing interest and opportunity, not only just for the players, the leagues, but also an economic incentive for the city of Brantford as well. That's encouraging to hear that it's happened in other locales where that phenomenon has taken place. And I certainly would like to see it happen here. So I will be in attendance on Saturday as well to hear a little bit more at Sports Council meeting at Access Sports. And I'm encouraged to support this all the way through. But it reminds me of the discussion that we had about chickens. So it's an emerging collaboration, if you will, between a lot of different people who have remained as of yet unnamed. And it's good to spend a bit more time in consultation, as Councillor Sicoli said, to make sure we get it right the first time. It doesn't sound like one pitch is going to do it. It sounds like it's more than one pitch that will serve your needs. I would hate to think that you'd have to spend 3 hours ahead of every game or every tournament, or every match, I should say, in every tournament to prep your own ground. Doesn't sound like it's fair. So I'll be supporting this, and I will speak to the amendment as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter, you're next.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Councillor Tusk and I have a large population in the Garden Ave Johnson Road area that would sure be interested in cricket as well. Same backgrounds, they, the love of the game, and actually promoting the game in the community with those that aren't used to it or aren't aware of it would be helpful as well for sport. And as long as everybody knows me on council, I've always supported the sports in our community. I don't think we should ever eliminate sports. That's why I voted against selling Airedale. So I'm in favor of providing you with enough sport facilities so that you could actually have a proper cricket match and clubs and teams in the community that would promote the community. There's been a lot of joke on social media about it, but that's mostly for people that were unhappy about the loss of the Airedale golf course. But this is about you and cricket and your opportunity to come forward and ask us to help you to make sure we have the facilities. And I would be happy to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, I've got a couple of questions. I'm not sure if we'll have the answers yet. The first question would be, have we investigated the cost for the city to put in a pitch? Cricket ground, a pitch. Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor, Indiana General Manager, Public Works. So right now, Councillor Antosky, we have a plan to put the pitch at Southwest Community Center and Park. That would be included in the approved budget that we have already. If we were to look elsewhere, we'd have to appropriately find budget for that.
And do we have any idea what that would be if it were somewhere else, or not yet?
I don't have that number right now. It's something that we would look for again through consultation and our own internal estimates.
And the second question I would have, and I assume that we haven't done this because I'm about to ask it now, but if I know that we're looking at the Southwest, but if it's determined that there are more needed, have we looked at the opportunities for other areas that would not displace other sports, like baseball? We're short of baseball diamonds. Soccer pitches, at least a few years ago, I know that they were always overbooked. I don't know if that's still the same. Are we thinking about other locations, if there are any?
Yes, through you, Mayor Davis. So Councillor Ntosi, we are looking, the original motion was for us to look for an ultimate solution somewhere in the city, including Southwest. So we went with Southwest because that is green space right now, and it wouldn't displace any other sport other than the field that was going to be there, which I believe at that time was soccer. And so there would be one soccer field displaced for cricket. If we're looking at other locations, which we plan to do if the deferral is passed, then the impacts on other sports will be reported back to council in terms of where we would place that.
Thank you. And I wasn't able to ask any of the delegations, but maybe someone can tell me later. The meeting on Saturday, I'm wondering if that is an introduction to people who have never tried the sport, if there's any opportunity for that. And I think that is it. I appreciate the deferral coming forward because I do think that there's still a lot more work to do here. Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Councillor Sikoli. I know she's done a ton of work on this, and I think she's kind of made us all more aware of what's going on. And I would really appreciate everything I've heard this evening from the folks. I don't think it's a surprise that it's apparent to me that there's a need. And I think that's first and foremost. What I was really pleased to hear this evening was that you're coordinating through the Brantford Sports Council. And I think that's very, very important because we have many sports in the community all competing against each other in a sense for space, for time, and all of the rest of it. So if we start putting more things into that wheel, things start to get complicated. And that's why I think it's important that we take this pause and have a good look. Because every time we do something, it affects something. And as you keep doing that, the more effect you're going to have on many things as you move out. So I think, as Councilor Sikoli said, we need a good, thorough look at this. And not only do we need to, I think, examine, we know there's a need. We're not sure how big the need is, but it sounds like it's a fairly big need by the cricket folks. And by the same token, all sports are yelling out need. So I think we have to balance that whole thing. And that's, to me, why I'm glad it's channeled through the Sports Council, because that's an excellent place to have the dialogue for, all the field teams, all the field sports to get together and talk about their needs and how they can fit in with the other folks and vice versa, that everybody gets what they need and the time they need to do what they want to do. So I'm pleased to support this, and I'm very pleased that that you've brought it forward, because if you don't shine a light on it, it doesn't get attention. And I think you've shone a light on it, and you're getting attention. So thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Wall.
Hey, thanks, Mayor Davis. You're doing a great job as the chair tonight, by the way. Showing off.
What, for a change?
Hi, Andy. I'm talking directly to you now, I guess, but deferral or no deferral, is there anything that we can do right now to work with these folks to help facilitate cricket? Like anything?
So through you, Mayor Davis, Councillor Wall, I believe we've discussed with some in attendance today to be able to provide that information to the Southwest Committee that was asked of us when it was initially deferred. So we'll continue to do that over the period of deferral. So right now there is space to play. In regards to an ultimate build out, we have to talk about what that looks like, where it looks like, what is scheduling with other sports. All of that needs to be done. So today, I think we're okay, Councillor Wall, but we do need to meet with the players to understand the ultimate solution for that permanent field.
All the time we've worked together, you've always been a realist. So the first proposal asked for a lot. And I think, you should ask for a lot. That way, you get something at least. Out of that proposal, what do you believe? I mean, not like you're on the record or anything, but what do you believe is the most obtainable?
Through you, Mayor Davis, we've presented what's attainable at Southwest without displacing any sports. We presented that to the task force, which is now with council. Looking at other solutions, I think a deferral for staff to come back with information is a good idea, especially with the information that we've received today, which may not have been all the information we received with the short timelines to report back to Southwest.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you to the delegations who came out to speak. I hope that you'll continue to advocate for this. This is going to be great. We are the tournament capital, and there's no reason we can't make cricket something that is a prominent thing here in our community. Also didn't know that it was a national sport. That's really amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. And this is great. So all of that was through the chair, by the way. Sorry, I broke decorum there.
I wouldn't have known it listening to you, but
I forgot how to do this. Forgive me.
Councilor McCurry, you're next.
Mayor, thank you. And through you, you should be more liberal with your use of the gavel.
You're right. That's a very good suggestion.
You can save that for me for later. So I want to leave our guests tonight with two thoughts. First of all, when it comes to sports, we consult and we build quality. And I'm thinking of Councillor Sicoli's desire to have further consultation. And that's exactly what we did when we created the Wayne Gretzky Sports Center. Councillor Martin and I were active with that project, and we met with all the user groups repeatedly, singly and in groups, and we came away with a pretty clear idea of what the programming should be and how that facility would eventually be designed. And I'm pleased to see that that will come into play here. You folks will contribute your thoughts and ideas, and we'll do the best we can with the money that we can scrape together to look after your needs, okay? The other thing is, of course, that, and of course, Mr. Harding is in the audience tonight, and I think Mr. Harding participated in some of those meetings with the Wayne Gretzky Sports Center user groups. So, but the other thing too is that we want to build quality facilities. That's why we concentrated our golf resources at the new Walter Gretzky Golf and Learning Center, because we were better able to serve that sport at a single facility by concentrating all our resources, as Councillor Carpenter mentioned earlier. That's an excellent facility as well. So I think, and you'll have to be a little patient with us, because I shouldn't say we move at a snail's pace, but we move at a civic government pace, which perhaps isn't as quick as some folks like to see, but have faith in your ward councillors that are sponsoring this today, that will come up with a pretty good plan for you, and we'll do the best we can to provide you with a facility where you're not going to get hurt and where you don't need to be embarrassed when you bring other teams into town to play against you. It'd be embarrassing enough when you whoop them, let alone being embarrassed about your facility. So thanks for raising this, bringing this to our attention, and we look forward to being able to do something for you, not right away, but pretty soon, hopefully. Okay.
All right, Councillor Riley, you've been waiting very patiently, and now it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support the deferral. I think it's the right thing to do at this point. And I think, like most of us, we had no idea how big cricket was in our community and how many players and residents are interested in this great game. It does beg a question for me a little bit, not just with cricket, but with other sports, and I'll use perhaps pickleball as an example, that we seem to be playing catch up sometimes with what's actually going on in the community. So and this is not meant to be critical. We've had a lot of changes in staff recently, but I think to the senior leadership team, I think we need to look at what are the needs of our community in sports activities in the next 5-10 years, and try and get ahead of the game a little bit. I have a special thank you for Councillor Sicoli for bringing this to us. A special thank you to the 3 delegates that came out this evening and their supporters and fellow cricketers. That now it's just been a real education for us. So I think working with our cricket community, with the Sports Council, as Councillor Slass has highlighted, these are really important aspects in supporting our community in with some of their activities. That's all I really wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rudley. And as Mayor, I'll have take the final word on this one. And I want to thank Councillor Sicoli for her passion and respect to this particular issue. She certainly triggered my interest and a catalyst for me to get involved. And at her urging, because I like to take a hands-on approach, actually had a look at the cricket facilities, if you can call it that, that are being used. I actually started with where cricket had originally been played, which was down in Cockshut Park. And it took quite some time to find the phantom pitch. I found the cricket cabin, which is now the washrooms. But I saw the spot where you actually had the scoreboard up there on the side of the wall. And then I looked at where actually James, the supervisor there, I had to go and find him to find where it was because it wasn't readily apparent. And it was between those two baseball diamonds. And that must have been quite the hazard with balls flying every which way. And it clearly declared to me when I looked at it, this obviously wasn't very satisfactory. Waterworks, if you don't mind playing cricket in right field of a baseball diamond, I suppose it's okay. But I could obviously see the inherent conflict between the two activities there, although I could see why it was appealing for cricket. And then, of course, Agnes Hodge had a look there. It took me a long time to figure out where you could possibly play cricket. But as you described it as gully cricket, I think I can understand that. I assume you must use tennis balls, not a regulation cricket ball. Otherwise, there'd be some broken school windows there. Clear to me, based on that the way this works is we have some sports that have been with us for, let's say, decades or centuries. At one time were very popular and now less popular. So you have to make adjustments in your sporting facilities if you're responding to what your community really needs in order to serve the most of the population, the greatest amount of the population that you have. Given sports rise in ascendancy and they descend in popularity, and you have to adjust to it. And I agree that we should try and anticipate it as best we can. I think we might be a little bit behind the eight ball, but I don't think so. I think with the change in the nature of our community, the diversity of our community, I believe cricket is just simply going to become more popular. And now is probably the time to decide how best to address the cricketing needs of today and the cricketing needs in the future. And so I look forward to learning much more than what I've already learned. And it was quite a steep learning curve because I'll admit I didn't really know a lot about cricket, but now at least I understand there's 11 members on each team. I hope by the end of the day on Saturday, I'll know a lot more. And so happy to see this deferred, though, because this decision, we don't want it to impact in a negative way on other sports and sporting activities. But I'm sure we can balance it all out and find a way to provide some of what's needed to ensure that cricket stays in our community and becomes ever more popular and a greater number of participants in it. So I believe now is the time, Councillor Sicoli, to put the deferral on the floor.
Perfect. When I think back to where I started from my first email to where we are now, cricket is so much bigger than anybody could have thought, and my mind is exploding, and I absolutely cannot wait to hear what you come back with and what you collaborate with staff. And I'm very excited. So I would like to move a deferral, seconded by Councillor Vanderstelt, that item 13.1 be deferred to Committee of the Whole on September 6th in order for staff to provide additional details after consulting with cricket leagues in the area on their structure, their needs to play or hold tournaments, the preferred locations within the city, and any issues or concerns with scheduling or being able to utilize current fields.
All right, motion deferral, debatable only as to place and time. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote?
The deferral for item 13.1 Southwest Task Force report has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sicoli, Vanderstelt, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right. And Councillor Sless, as a fellow grandparent, I'm going to take your suggestion you made earlier. And I think if we could just take a little 5-minute break, we'll come back, and the next item will be the Mayor's Honorarium redirect for the other delegation that's here tonight. All right, so 5-minute break.
Hi, everyone. We'll be preparing to resume our council meeting shortly.
All right, so we'll resume the council meeting. And we're now going to move into a discussion on the items that have been separated for discussion. And Councillor McCurry, I understand you had the motion to do that. If you would please read your motion and state your seconder.
Mayor, you are correct. Thank you for that. Councillor Martin and I are the seconder and mover respectively of this resolution. And I'll read it as follows. It's about committee reports. We move in second that all items in the committee reports, items 12.1 to 12.6, separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Thank you. So we'll deal with the first item, which is 12.4.12, the mayor's honorarium redirection, as there was a delegation. So that's open for discussion. Really, Councillor McCurry?
Mayor, I just I didn't have an opportunity to ask the question of the delegation. Perhaps you might know the answer to this, but I believe they did say that the community itself would have to be responsible for 130 million. And I wonder if that's before or after your donation was figured into the math.
Well, we don't generally have back and forth, but if you want an answer, I can give it to you. And since what you said previously was it wouldn't even be a ripple in the pond, I guess it really wouldn't amount to much. But what it does amount to is something that's very significant.
I believe I still have the floor.
Well, you asked, so would you still like to say something? 'Cause if you would, you still have 3.5 minutes.
No, I wasn't looking for an answer. I was simply posing that as a rhetorical question. But I do want to thank the delegation, even though I didn't have an opportunity during their presentation, for the hard work they're doing and the future that we have with healthcare in this community. I believe the last time we had a substantial build here was probably St. Joe's Hospital, which is going back to the 50s. We've had some additions to Brant Community Healthcare. It's always tough to remember how to say it because we're so accustomed to saying BGH, but good work and thanks for that. And the mayor probably is going to take the lead in some significant fundraising initiatives to look after some of that need. And although we kid him about it, we understand that his donation to the hospital healthcare system rather is to make a point and to try to encourage other folks to do the same. So the mayor is a good sport. Thank you for coming today.
Councillor Carpenter, you're next, and then Councillor Wall.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. It's the taxpayers' donation that's earned through the members of council, in this case, the mayor's honorarium that can be donated. So the donation is symbolic in the sense that he's leading the way and saying, look, and it gives an opportunity for Brant Community Healthcare Center to come forward and show the community once again their plans and get us a little excited about the needs we had. I know it was mentioned that St. Joseph's last hospital build, that was a hospital that was closed by the Mike Harris government. But we had 2 hospitals and we needed 2, and we certainly need that much capacity now. So we're excited about what you're going to do here. And we're excited about the health teams and how that's going to affect Brantford, Norfolk as one unit. We really have a good future going forward. And as long as the community needs to get excited about that, and the mayor's donation is symbolic in the sense that he's leading the way and saying, all right, now who's going to follow? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Wall, you're next.
Thanks, Mayor Davis. Stop me if it's not germane. but it's not directly related to the donation, but more so just the fundraising efforts of the hospital. So I'd be able to ask a question. Okay. So I've spoken with some constituents in the community, and to be fair, I don't know that I completely understand it at all. So I don't know who I'm asking the question to. But the first question is, why do we have to fundraise? And then the second question is, if people want to move forward with trying to make this happen sooner or get this done sooner, how do they advocate for that? And who do they advocate to? Those are my two questions.
Really good questions. So, Councillor Sicoli, you're next.
Okay. I just want to thank you for coming out and sharing all of that information and the websites. And I was making notes on all of that, and I can't wait to check all that out after the meeting. And I'm reminded of a little quote that I said to my daughter yesterday when she had a lot of homework before her. And it's, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. There is absolutely no donation too small or that anyone would ever turn their nose up at. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank Mayor Davis for directing the funds. And I know every little bite of that elephant counts, and eventually we'll eat the whole thing. And I'm so proud to be here at the beginning of it, and I can't wait to be there and see that at the end of the day. So thank you again for coming out. I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks again to the delegation. It's a big job, and the more we can talk about it and the more we can get people involved in it, I think the job becomes a little smaller because it's spread out amongst many hands. But what I would like to encourage, Mr. Mayor, is I know the mayor or the press monitors these meetings and are probably watching these meetings, and I would encourage them to give this a lot of ink. Because it deserves a lot of ink. The community has to be made well aware of what the challenge ahead of us is, and they have to know what the goal is. And I think that's important to get out there. And I think the media could do the city a huge favor by staying on top of this and constantly bringing it up in news stories. But they could certainly start this evening by reporting heavily on what was done this evening. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. In an attempt to answer Councillor Wall's questions, the first one was, why do we have to fundraise? And it's a requirement from the province that the community has to contribute 10% of the cost of the build. So it's a provincial requirement. It's not something that any of us are mandating. It's come from the province. And as to your second question, the way people can help make it happen faster, well, the easiest way for them to speed it up is to make a donation and or do some fundraising to help meet the 130 to 200 million that the community needs, because the project can't go forward without that.
Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to Dr. McNeil and Kerry. If that's possible, to will the hospital offer general care to the population, or will there be a component of excellence in a certain field? And I'll use, the Jovaniski as an example of cancer care, also London and Hamilton's, there's centers for heart issues and surgery. And is there any plan, maybe too early yet, but is there an opportunity for our hospital to be a center of excellence for some specific thing? I know we hear about, the best doctor in the province of Ontario for fixing knees is located at the Journal. So I'm not sure if you can answer that or not, or if it's too early, but just wanted to.
Well, I'm going to have to stick to procedure on this one because, as you know,
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. The rules have been changed so that, but more importantly, also it's kind of off. It even goes way off the subject matter tonight. I mean, I'd love to do it, but we can't bend the rules that far, I don't think. But I'm sure that the The hospital representatives are here, and I'm sure they'll be able to provide that to us by email. And we can
Thank you,
then,
Mr. Mayor.
sorry, Councillor Rutley, I usually like to accommodate you.
I know, I was just
You're
testing.
pushing me beyond the pale on that one. So I'd like to speak to this and also like to mention that, the resolution does also mention three other great charities, the Brant United Way, Nova Vita, and also the Brant Food Bank. The largest single allocation is going to the hospital. And, there was some comment about that, well, there'll be other bigger donations and why do this? Well, we heard tonight that this is going to be the single largest fundraising initiative our community has ever seen. In the order of 200 million. That's never been done by our community, anything close to that. This is a huge, huge challenge for an institution that affects the lives of every single person in this community at some point in their lives. There's no other institution that has such a dramatic impact on people's lives and the quality of their lives, except maybe for our water treatment plant. But seriously, it's an institution that traverses all of the diversity of our community, and in fact unites our community in a common goal, which is a healthy community. And the good question that's often raised by people, well, why do we have to fundraise? Doesn't the province just give us a hospital? Well, that's what we'd really like. I'm sure we'd all love that. In fact, the mayor of Oakville often argues for that. But the reality is that's not how it works. Basically, the province wants each municipality that's asking for a hospital to have some skin in the game to show they're committed to their hospital and that they'll participate in the monies that are required. And they're very expensive undertakings. And the reality is this. If we don't, as a community, show that we're up to this task, that we can do it, and we don't have to do it tomorrow, but it's over a course of a number of years. If we can't demonstrate to the province, no matter who the government is and who's in power, if we can't demonstrate to the province that we can do this, we are not going to get an upgraded hospital. And it's a critical component in how the province makes those final decisions in stage 4 and stage 5 when they're talking about the province expending, $1 billion+ and they are simply not going to do it unless they know the community's behind it, not only just politically and people behind it in terms of voicing support, but they're putting money down in support of the hospital. And it's going to be every small donation, every large donation that's going to get us across this finish line. And yes, Councillor Carvin, you're exactly correct. I mean, it's symbolic, but it's an important symbol of something we have to aspire to as a community, to be able to have the hospital facility that we know we deserve, that we should have, and it'll get there if we're all pulling together and making the commitment that it's going to take to get that facility here. And we're off to a great start with stage 1 approval, but now we can't become resigned to it and think, oh, we got stage 1, so it's just a matter of planning it and getting all the plans in detail and done. And that has got to be done, but that only gets us near the finish line, but to cross the finish line, it's community support and fiscally in a big way. So I'm sure there'll be lots more to come and to be heard over the next several years about this. So with that, I'm going to call the vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 12.4.12, Mayor Honorarium Redirection is carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Vengil, Bourbois. Mayor Davis.
All right, so we'll move to item 12.4.12. No, pardon me. 12.3.4, which is Housing Stability Services and Reaching Home Update Report. There was a delegation, Mr. Moulton from Salvation Army. That's why this has been separated. So any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on this?
Item 12.3.4, Housing Stability Services and Reaching Home Update Report is carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those in voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we'll now move on to the items that were separated as those items appear in the agenda. And I think the first item we have, I believe, is item 12.2.9. That's because of the conflict Councillor Carpenter declared earlier today. And pardon me, it's 12.2.9.8, which is William Street. Right. So that's on the floor for, it's separated for discussion. Any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on this?
Item 12.2.9.8, William Street 2-hour parking and time limit exemption permit parking is carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis, noting Councillor Carpenter's conflict.
All right, so we'll move to item 12.2.11. That's the police station task force. That's because we had an amendment that was pending from committee of the whole. And I believe as well, Councillor McCurry wants to bring an amendment. First of all, does anybody wish to discuss this before we get those amendments on the floor? All right, Councillor McCurry, your amendment, please.
Mayor, thank you. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Martin, that the following be added as an additional clause. Reads, and at the police station steering committee be directed to consider and make a recommendation to council regarding the inclusion or exclusion of, firstly, net zero design option, and secondly, future growth space option. And I presume that's in order. We did have a deferral pending a memo that came to us today. What we've done is we've batted this ball back and forth a couple of times between the committee and council. The committee chose not to make a recommendation on one of the items listed here in the amendment, but did make a recommendation on the other item, namely the net zero. And I think, Mayor, it's important that we establish a decision-making tree, which is evidence-based. And that's why it's before us tonight. So I think it would be appropriate for this council to give direction to the committee to examine the evidence, to examine fact, and then make their recommendation to council for its final decision on those two items. So I hope everybody can support this tonight. I think that offers a little clarity to the process. This council is the deciding body. The committee makes the recommendation with the hard work and good input from our staff.
It's Councillor Antosky, then Councillor Vanderstel. And I should just clarify, we also have, there was a pending amendment that was deferred. And I think that had to do with removing that third floor from it. So, but anyways, Councillor Antosky.
To simplify it more, right? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And I'm not sure how I asked this through because I need a reminder now. It was, my memory tells me that the last meeting that we spoke about this, it was the recommendation of the committee to remove these pieces because of the cost. And there was discussion around this table saying, well, let's find out more about it. And that's my understanding of why the deferral was. And if I'm reading this correctly, this is basically asking to send it back to the committee again to give them the choice to include it or not include it. So I don't know who can answer that because I know we're not allowed to do the crosstalk, but.
Yeah, I looked at this pretty clearly, and as chair, I tell you this, that what Councillor McCurry has put in front of us, you're quite right, is to send back the net zero design and future growth space option, the third floor, back to the task force, but not for them to make the decision, but to make, I guess, a reconsidered recommendation to us on which of those two items. But what we had in the last meeting was leaving in the net zero design option. And we felt we couldn't make a decision on whether to accept the task force recommendation to not include the third floor unless we had some further information. So we've got it. So we have the option tonight of not sending it back to the task force, making a decision on these two issues, or as Councillor McCurry is saying, send it back, please, for them to make another recommendation to the council.
All right. I continue to be a little bit confused. Thank you. Again, because I believe the original recommendation came from the committee. And then we were concerned about taking things out without having all the information. So I guess I'll wait for some other discussion and maybe that will clear it up. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Net zero, we've learned well enough that if we can't measure it, we can't manage it. We've seen plenty of examples of that in this room and in other rooms that report to this room. So far, I haven't seen any supportive information on the return on investment, on what those enhancements to net zero would, how it would benefit us well into the future. It's very similar to the ongoing discussion that we're having with our other buildings as well. How will net zero eventually benefit us 15, 20 years from here in terms of savings? That's something I think that we need to explore and we need to have some data on, we need to have some figures on in order to better understand that return on investment. It makes sense to build a better building and pay less in the long term. And I'm seeing nods in the room, believe it or not, I am. Point two, if we were not to consider the third floor, it would be inconsistent with what our plans have been so far. You're familiar with the John Noble home that's been across our desks a number of times. We're planning for the future. With this building as well, we definitely have not filled all the rooms. We are not at capacity with the work from home legislation that we passed a year and a bit ago. We essentially have planned for the distant future with this building, making sure that as our population increases, we'll have the capacity within this building to do that. I'm going to ask for committee members to consider that when looking forward to how we plan on building this build at the police station, that we consider those future growth opportunities. And especially when you consider the cost of building them now, as opposed to the cost of building them 25 years from now. If you have the capacity built within your system, then you can grow without additional costs, inflationary costs. So I fully support this. I thank the chair and the vice chair for revisiting this topic. And I support it 100%. Looking forward to getting back some more information on this. Thank you.
I'm going to make a suggestion to you, Councillor McCreary, because it is confusing. So the original resolution that we're dealing with here is A, that the report be received, which I think we want to leave that in, right? And then B, what was on the floor from a couple of weeks ago was that staff be directed to remove the future growth space option, that's the third floor, from the facility. And then there was a motion that was deferred, an amendment to strike that B. And I think what you want to do is the paragraph you have here that you got in front of us that would replace what was B. So it would.
Mayor, I believe that's what I said. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And just so it's clear, that's your intent.
Yeah. So this would become the B clause. The amendment would be the B clause. We'd receive and give that direction to committee.
Great. Okay. So any further discussion? I think it's pretty clear now what we're voting on. So, okay. So that's, if I could have the vote then on the amendment.
The amendment for item 12.2.11 Police Station Task Force report is carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, Van Til, Borg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, so it's been amended. Any further discussion on the resolution as amended? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on amended resolution item number 12.2.11?
Sorry, I think I've got a glitch. I'm not sure. So just let me 1 second. I'm just going to reset the vote. Councillor Wall, just waiting on your response. Item 12.2.11, Police Station Task Force Report as amended is carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, West, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, we'll move on to the next item that's been separated. That's 12.2.15, which is the Seeking Prosperity and Partnership with Indigenous Nations. And I believe, Councillor Martin, you have a amendment you want to put on the floor?
Yes, thank you. I move seconded by Councillor McCurry that item 12.2.15 be amended by adding the following as clause F. F, that the items in clause C be discontinued upon the first time that there is a First Nation protest or occupation within the city of Brantford. And speaking to this, when we discussed this resolution last time, it was stated that doing this will allow us to avoid court costs in the future for injunctions and things like that. Well, if you truly believe that, then you should support this amendment, because if we do this and we still end up with occupations and protests, we're going to be incurring those kind of court costs, and we're going to need to get that money from somewhere, and discontinuing these monies flowing to Six Nations will provide us the funds to deal with future occupations.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. While I understand the intent, I can't support anything that has strings tied to right to protest.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll comment on it. I can't support it either. And I'll say this, that it's treating the resolution like it's kind of the final agreement or a step to a final agreement. This is, thank you. This is an initial step of setting the stage for discussions with the province. And so this particular thought, which is, I agree with that in terms of a final agreement, or if you were actually going to do this, the province gave you the power to do it and you were doing it, you definitely would want to build something like this in to give you protection. But at this stage, it's just a proposal to discuss, to consider. And so to do this at this stage, which is to say, if there's any kind of protest, we're going to stop discussing this and we're not going to discuss it anymore, I think is really short-sighted. It's giving those who say fringe elements that might not want to see something like this, you're giving them an easy way to derail the whole initiative. So it's like shooting yourself in the foot before the race has even begun. Certainly, and this would be a long race. I said that before 2 weeks ago, and this is just the beginning. And so why hamper or hinder us right off the start by trying to build what such an agreement might look like if the province ever gave us these powers? But I think this is kind of putting the cart before the horse. I accept it. Something would have to be built in if we ever did such an initiative. But this is probably, I think, almost certainly the wrong time to do it. Any further discussion? Councilor Carpenter.
I think I said this earlier to you, Mr. Mayor. This amendment is kind of like suggesting that we're going to support our baseball team, but if somebody strikes out, we're not going to support them anymore. To try and suggest that we're going to say that anybody with an Indigenous background decides to protest, all bets are off. I guess, could we as a member of council take responsibility for every action of every citizen in the city of Brantford? I think not.
All right, I'll call the vote then on the amendment. Seeing no further discussion.
The amendment to item 12.2.15, seeking prosperity and partnership with Indigenous nations and a timely resolution to the Haldeman Tract land dispute has lost on a recorded vote of 1 to 10. Those voting in favor, Councillor Martin. Those opposed, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis.
Yeah, I think Councilor McCurry, you have an amendment, do you not?
Mayor, as you did earlier, I think perhaps you should survey the room before you come to me for the amendment.
All right, that's fine. So we don't have it amended. Yes, Councillor Sakoli.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. And I want to say that I support what we are trying to accomplish here and the end result. I think what we're missing the mark on is the how. It's the how we get there. So I can support the foundation of this resolution. And as I stated at the committee meeting earlier this month, there will be so many unexpected consequences to trying to implement a municipal land transfer tax here in Brantford. I don't understand how we can sit here and make a commitment to and acknowledge our affordable housing crisis, and then on the other hand, suggest adding this huge tax to a home purchase. And it is a huge tax. And I would like to share an example. The average sale price in Ward 1, the people that I represent, last month was $831,000. That would mean that the municipal land transfer tax, if implemented here in Brantford, would increase their closing costs. And this is like cash in hand that they would need an additional $13,000. That's huge. We're asking a home buyer to foot the bill for something that we need to sort out. And I think we need to do it in a different way. Life is becoming more expensive. And I haven't found one resident in my ward who would support me moving this forward. So on their behalf, what I'm going to do right now, what I would like to propose is an amendment that strikes clause C1 from this resolution and seeking a seconder.
Is there a seconder? Yes. I believe Councillor Martin seconding it. So to the amendment. Let's got a lot of speakers, right? I saw Councillor Van Tilburg's hand go up, and we'll take it from there.
You know, this is a preliminary test to see if we can get something from the province to address a need in the communities near us. And there's nothing else on the table that I'm aware of. So we haven't gotten anywhere. This is just starting with a request. And well, there is this fear that something might go on. Look, people complain to me about bidding on housing. I mean, there's lots of complaints about that. Lots of complaints about many things. But right now, what they also complain about is that they want to see resolution in our communities. And when a province is telling us that we are the place to grow, but providing no support with the conflicts that can occur, it's our job to engage them in some manner. So striking this out is possible if you have something to replace it with. And I see nothing there to replace it with. So what you've got here is a resolution with absolutely no tiny clause at all. There's nothing there. I think we have to have something. If this helps engage people in brainstorming, that's a good thing. And we might see something come from that. But I'm not willing to take something off the table before it's even gotten on the table to see what it does.
Councillor Carpenter, you're next to the amendment.
So the amendment is to delete CI, is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that's right.
And CI says to amend the municipal act to allow municipalities in Ontario who so desire to implement a municipal land transfer tax to be applied to purchase on all properties. But I heard a councillor suggest it was going to cost $13,000. There's no number in here. Is there a number in here that I'm missing that somehow I didn't get an idea of what the number was going to be on the transfer tax? Was there a dollar fact attached to this? Because I don't see that anywhere in this resolution. But I heard it from a member of council that it was going to be $13,000 on the average property. Well, what tax rate would that be that we were going to implement? Because I do not see that in CI. So I just want to make that point. The public might think, oh gosh, there's going to be a $13,000 increase in the price of my property now because they heard it from a member of council. It doesn't say anything about the amount of the transfer tax here at all. It just says to allow municipalities, if they so wish, to apply a land transfer tax. What rate? And what portion? None of that's here, but it's been spoken about as if it was, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The numbers that were quoted are probably on the assumption that the city's allowed to charge the same rates as what the province charged for land transfer taxes on home sales. And given the formula and the price, the number was quoted as to what it would be if we set our land transfer tax the same as what the provincial tax rate is. Now, it might be something different, but we might not have any say in it. The province might say, well, you have to charge X. So the number quoted might be very accurate. The other thing that you have to remember is this is something that is part of closing costs. It's not something that can be included in the mortgaging. Whereas if we do it with the development charges, that's included in the price of the house, can be included in the mortgaging on the property. So by doing it as a land transfer tax, it comes as a closing cost. That's cash that has to come out of hand. It reduces the amount of down payment they have. It makes it very difficult for first-time buyers to get into the market. So I think this is the wrong way to go about doing this. And I'll definitely be supporting this amendment, which is why I was happy to second it.
Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. Well, one of the criticisms we heard mentioned tonight of the Airedale issue, and one of the criticisms we took about the Airedale issue is that we didn't properly consult the community, and there is some truth to that. And perhaps before we embark upon implementing, seeking leave to be able to implement an unspecified tax of an unspecified amount on buyers of new and resale homes, perhaps, as I suggested at committee level, perhaps we ought to engage our constituents and see what they think of this. I suppose those who are prepared to support this in full tonight will consult with their constituents as they canvass door to door, and I suspect they'll get an earful. But as it was said earlier, that somebody was concerned about the absence of information, and that concerns me as well, because it could be $1,000, it could be $1, it could be $6,000. We just don't know. It's not contained in here, and I think that's a disservice to the community to put ourselves in a position where we have that kind of authority to collect money from, well, let's say it, it's going to put a lot of first-time home buyers out of that market. It's going to be young people in this community. It's going to be your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids that are put further and further away from being able to afford that first home. And it may also chill the market here. So, I guess if somebody's relocating from Toronto and they've got a choice of buying a home in Brantford or in St. George or Burford or Woodstock, that $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000 or $6,000 extra closing cost might just chill the market here and reduce the value of homes in the city of Brantford. There are a lot of concerns. We heard from the Brantford Regional Real Estate Association today, who cautioned us on taking the action tonight. And that's why this is the first of a number of amendments, hopefully, which will change the ability of change our point of view to the province and asking them to allow us to implement this extra tax on buying a house. So I would suggest that if you want to be concerned about what's before us tonight, be concerned at the unknowns in this, be concerned about the damage this could do to the real estate market, and be concerned about what impact this might have on your house and your house and your house in terms of being able to sell it for the price that you want, rather than a price which is reduced by that land transfer tax, that City of Brantford land transfer tax. So I would urge everybody to support Councillor excuse me, Councillor Sicoli's amendment to scratch that clause.
Councillor Sluss, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm having concerns with this as well now. My first impression of this was it was a lot levy that I was familiar with going back a few years ago. There was some discussion about implementing a lot levy on new homes and new construction being built. And I'd be comfortable with that. It would be a defined quantity, whether it be, $800, $1,000, even $1,200 on each lot that's being developed, not on existing homes that are being resold, but on new development as it's being developed. There would be a levy on that in the overall scheme of things, an $800,000 home would become worth $801,000, the price of the home, which I think, from my perspective, is a lot more palatable than an unknown. I would hope, I don't want to see this whole thing get lost, and I think I would be quite comfortable with clause C1 if it simply deleted the phrase municipal land transfer tax and replace that with lot levy on new homes. I would be happy with that. And I guess this is an amendment. I don't know. I guess I can't amend an amendment, but I'll wait till people talk, because I think there would be support for that. And I don't think it's undue burden put on people that own homes. And it would be on homes that are being developed that haven't even been made yet. So I think it's forward looking. It's not penalizing someone that moved here and now to sell their home, they have to pay this tax. And so to my way of thinking, it's not a regressive tax. It's moving forward. And I think as Councillor Martin said, it's almost like a DC. It's an authorized collection of a levy on each lot that's being developed, or if it's commercial or residential, it would probably be based on square footage or whatever it is. But there would be a formula there that would be a clearly defined number that when someone's anticipating building something, they would know exactly what they're facing. So I'll wait till everybody's spoken, and I'll try that amendment when that time comes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the spirit of working together with the province, I think anything could be on the table. It's evident that there's some frustration, a little bit of confusion over the actual numbers in the room. And that makes perfect sense. Not replacing it with something else as an opportunity for negotiation is problematic, in my opinion. So after others have spoken, I look forward to the amendment or whatever it is. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I've read this a few extra times, and I'm listening to the discussion around the room, and I think we're getting into the weeds with something that's really intended to start a conversation. There's been some great pieces of brainstorming around this table here, and those can come into the conversation, but we have to start with something. And yes, we've heard from Bria, and I understand their concern, because I look at this and I feel like they're feeling like this is just going to be done. We're doing it, and that's their fear. And that's not where we're at. This is the beginning of a conversation, and that conversation can take 100 different directions with bright people at the table coming up with different solutions. As Councillor Van Tilburg said, we've not managed to do anything so far. This is a start. It's not the time to get into the weeds. There will be lots of time for that. Let's get to the table first. I would not support removing C1 at this point.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great debate. There's so many unknowns, so many questions that need to be asked yet with this. Very, very complex. A lot at stake. We're talking about a land transfer tax, but it could be, as Councillor Slessor said, could be a lot levy, could be a number of different things. And then the other equation to this is, will other municipalities up and down the Heidelman Tract support something like this in their communities. And that's a big unknown as well. The role of the province and the feds, are we really taking on the monkey on our back? That's not the right analogy, but are we the ones that have taken the lead on something that they, seem to be very reluctant to do that? I think as Councillor Antosky has said, we need to get to the table and talk about what's feasible, what isn't, what's realistic, what isn't, what's agreeable, what isn't. And I'm certainly in support of Councillor Sless's amendment to the amendment to look at a different way of levying. And I think the word levy is much better than a tax. I think it's a lot more palatable, but I'm not sure I'm going to vote on the initial amendment yet, but I do support the strong need to sit at the table, even between ourselves, and hammer out some sort of roadmap of where we need to go, who we're going to involve, especially our friends on Six Nations. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll speak to it. And I say this, extremely unhelpful for members of council to be manufacturing figures to alarm and inflame the debate. I don't think that's very helpful to moving the debate forward, because as Councillor Carpenter said, the resolution does not say, it doesn't set the dollar amount for the tax. And you would have to, I know how land transfer tax works. I calculated it many times as a lawyer. It's a percentage, it's a sliding scale percentage based on the selling price. And the province has changed the land transfer tax rates from time to time. And if you were ever to proceed to implement a municipal land transfer tax, as in Toronto, it's a different tax rate. You set a tax rate that probably would result in something that would be nowhere near close to what the current land transfer tax is, which I might say is a great windfall to the provincial government that the resolution also calls for them to use in a constructive manner. But the reality of this resolution is, it's an attempt to break out of the doldrums that we found ourselves in, with repeating like a broken record, all the various parties and positions, getting nowhere fast, the situation to some degree deteriorating. And so this is an attempt to begin a discussion really with the province. If you give the province a number of different options, you hope you might get one. Certainly adding the number of options you want to discuss with the province, certainly my experience has been, enhances the debate and discussion with the province because you're giving them options. We're nowhere near implementing a land transfer tax, and I would suggest that those who are arguing that, really doing a disservice to the community and the debate on this issue. The decision on that would be happening only if the province were prepared to discuss it and allow it. And then there would be miles of tons of input and seeking input from all the various parties, et cetera, to determine whether you actually would want to do it as a community. Because remember, this doesn't say you're going to do it. It just says you're asking for the power to consider it. And a long ways from suggesting we're ever going to be there. And so I knew this was the danger when I brought forward this resolution, trying to break through and achieve some progress in this issue, that some would immediately launch to the end of the whole process, assume it's going to be in place, and then argue on that basis. So I agree it's getting way down into the weeds. And you know what? You don't want anything to change. You think everything's fine, and you don't think there's any need to do anything that tries to take a fresh look, then vote for the amendment. But if you think it is time that we consider a bold new approach to bring peace to our region and stability and the sharing of prosperity, I suggest now is not the time to vote against this. Now is not the time to support this amendment. So going around for a second time, Councillor Sikoli for a second time in the amendment.
Mayor, council, one speaking opportunity.
Actually, an amendment, I think you're right, because it has been debated before. So you're absolutely right. I stand corrected. So I think we've all had an opportunity to speak to this amendment at least once. Councillor Celeste, you had your opportunity to speak to it.
I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, may I introduce a point of order? We have an amendment which is quite clear to strike a clause. An amendment to that amendment, I don't believe is in order. We should proceed on the amendment before us, and then Councillor Celeste can introduce a replacement clause. I believe that's the way we should be doing this. And I would caution members of council for some recent choice of language that they've used, using terms like manufacturing numbers and doing a disservice to the community as well, since I have the floor before the gavel comes up.
Actually, I think you're right on that point of order. I really do think you have to defeat this amendment, and then the floor is open to consider other amendments. That's for sure. So I agree with you, Councillor McCurry. I think that's a fair point. So I'm going to call the vote on the amendment.
Point of order.
Yes.
Just to clarify, we could pass this amendment and then bring forward an additional amendment. This doesn't have to be defeated in order to bring forward an additional amendment, as you said.
Yep, there can be lots of other amendments.
The amendment for item 12.2.15, seeking prosperity and partnership with Indigenous nations and a timely resolution of Haldeman tract land dispute has lost on a recorded vote of 4-7. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sikoli, McCurry, Martin, Wall. Those opposed, Councillor Vanderstel, Utley, Celeste, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Mayor Davis.
All right, so now we're on the floor for other amendments. I did indicate to you, Councillor McCurry, you indicated earlier in the day you might have an amendment, or not the case?
Yes, I'd be happy to introduce that now.
Yeah, so we do have two possible amendments, but I think as you first advised first in time, yours should go first.
Mayor, thank you. I guess everybody has had an opportunity to speak once to the main and to the First Amendment as brought forward. So my amendment, seconded by Councillor Martin, reads as follows, that the following clause be added. Clause F, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Ontario Home Builders Association, the Brantford Home Builders Association, the Ontario Real Estate Association, and the Brantford Real Estate Association. And G, that those bodies be requested to provide commentary on this resolution. And H, that their responses be provided in a staff report to City Council at a later date. So speaking to it, Mayor, this presupposes that in some fashion, this resolution will be supported tonight and will become a fact of this council. But I think, as been said earlier, there's some question about all the details, namely because there are none, and some lack of clarity because really there is none. And I think that, we'd be doing a disservice to the community, as was said earlier. I'll be quoting an earlier speaker, a disservice to the community if we were not fully possessed of all the information that we can be possessed of. And I think those organizations that I've cited in this amendment, Mayor, have some germane commentary to make to this. And as the mayor said earlier, this is the start of a process. And perhaps those comments that come back to us can help us better refine that process going forward. I know we often hear it here that folks always support getting more information. Well, let's be getting more information from these folks. It presupposes the passage of this tonight, so it doesn't interrupt that. It all goes forward, but we'll get a later sort of a summary of what impact this will have on the community, which may help further define how this proceeds, provided that it's successful tonight, both the amendment and the main motion. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
I agree, always more information is better. But if we're looking for more information on the whole resolution, this is really focused on one piece of this whole resolution. And so I think that we may want to look at this more broadly in terms of where we're getting the information from, and not just the real estate organizations, which I believe are important to have. I agree with that, but that is addressing one small piece of this resolution. So maybe there are some suggestions on how we broaden that to be a little bit more equal in terms of getting the information out there and getting responses back. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. It's been suggested that other agencies be added. As the seconder, I would see that as a friendly amendment to add additional agencies. And I can't speak for the mover, but I see him nodding his head. So if anybody has additional agencies they'd like to see this circulated to, please bring it forward. It'll be accepted as friendly.
So I'll speak because I don't see anybody else speaking to it. The way I would see it, and maybe I'm wrong, and I certainly agree in getting input from those particular organizations. But, this is, again, I sound like a broken record. It's really to begin a dialogue with the province. And the province isn't prepared to even countenance the discussion, which could be possible. They could say, no, we're not even going to talk to you about it, or it's not something we're prepared to consider doing. Then it kind of comes to an end. At least this initiative would come to an end. We have to think about something else. So if the province said to us, well, yes, we would consider giving you one or two of those powers you've asked for, well, then I suspect we'd be into a pretty intensive public consultation process, not just with this particular organization. And that's the dilemma I had when I was crafting this, that it was to begin the dialogue, begin the process, beginning with the province and discussing this with the province, because the province does have jurisdiction over consultation and accommodation, which they devolve to us. And to begin there, and it's depending on where that goes, there'll be, and if that's successful, there'll be many more steps with many more opportunities for consultation and input. So, on the one hand, I'm quite supportive of this, but I kind of influenced by Councillor Antosky, which is, well, why just these? And if you're going to start throwing the net to consultation, why isn't it broader? So that's what I'm struggling with. Any further speakers? Councillor Sikoli.
Yes, speaking of, consulting and coming up with a solution, who was consulted when a solution was proposed in the original amendment or in the original motion? Who was consulted when those solutions were brought up in the first place? So I think more consultation is needed. In the perfect world, this whole thing would just read that a task force would be struck to dig a little deeper and cast a wider net of knowledge over all sorts of municipalities that have the same geographic constraints that we do. So consultation is good. I will be supporting this amendment that is being added. I'm hoping it would be friendly, but if it's not, I will be supporting it. I just don't think proper consultation took place in the first place when these solutions were proposed. Thanks.
Any further debate?
Just a point of clarification, if I may. Mayor, I'm wondering if there's a suggested timeline on this. It just says for staff report to city council at a later date. because I would be concerned about how long this may defer things.
Just as a later date, I think it speaks for itself, really. I mean, the reality is I don't think it would go any further until, after the election, and a new council would have to decide whether to continue the initiative. And I mean, I think that's the practical reality of it. So not seeing any, Councillor Carpenter.
I think it does require more consultation. I'm kind of delighted to hear some of my council colleagues saying we should have consultation when we make such big decisions like this. I wish we had had that 3 years ago, that thinking in consultation. So, and my concern is, Mr. Mayor, this is coming up during the midst of an election. We've already heard information that was guessing at numbers. We've had public members who think we're going to automatically do this. There's going to be a number attached. There's going to be a cost to your house. That information is already out there. And, the first thing that gets lost in elections is usually the facts. And so by putting this out now in the midst of an election, which everybody seems to be in, just look at the agenda, then the public's going to get misinformation. And that concerns me more than anything. So I think we should be thinking about deferring this to the new council.
You can certainly put a motion deferral on the floor, but for now we have this particular amendment on the floor. So any further discussion on this? Okay, Madam Clerk, if we could please have the vote on this.
Councillor Wall. Thank you. The amendment for item 12.2.15 has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Sikoli, Utley, Slash McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Tossby and Matilda Borgwall. Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Vanderstone.
Okay. All right. Councillor Celeste, you said that you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll try this. We've deleted clause 1, so I'll presume clause 2 became clause 1 and clause 3 became clause 2. We did not. Oh, that failed. Okay. Well, I'd like to amend clause 1 to read, amend the Municipal Act 2002 to allow municipalities in Ontario who so desire to implement a lot levy to be applied to all new builds in the municipality. And I'm losing my thing. And held for, and carry on with what's already stated into, and held for and remitted to First Nations for the benefit of Indigenous people to freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. So in essence, it's taking out land transfer tax and inserting lot levy. It's taking out all properties in the municipality to new builds in the municipality. Seeking a seconder, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Curry, you're seconding that? Right. Okay. Go ahead. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, yeah, just speaking very briefly to it, Mr. Mayor. I hate to lose this whole thing, and I'm trying to make it palatable to me. And I think this is a little more understandable and it's more relatable that you can talk to somebody about it in a way that they can understand what you're saying. When you get into land transfer tax, if you're not a lawyer, you're not an accountant, you're not really sure what they're talking about, but you do hear the word tax, and that always has bad implications to people. But the lot levy happens before there's any purchaser or seller involved. You have a developer that's coming in, and it's really what it is. It would be, and I used the numbers, for example, of $800 to $1,000. It's really added on to the development charges is really what it is. It's something that we're can legally collect, but that portion is put into a separate account that's held and forwarded on to the First Nations people. So I don't think it's a good idea. I realize this whole resolution is to start a conversation, and that's a good thing. But I think to start the conversation, for me personally, I would like to start it with things on the table that I agree with and that I would like to see forward, as opposed to putting something on the table that I hope they don't accept and that they change to something that I could accept. So this is something, if it was on the table and for some reason the province accepts it and allows us to go forward, then at least they're accepting something that I'm quite prepared to support. The other way, I'd be concerned that they accept what we've proposed, but I'm not really supportive of it. So I would hope people could support this and keep the initiative, because I think it's a great initiative. And I think if there's concern that it's happening in the middle of an election, it's a very simple thing to explain to people than it is to try and explain how a land transfer tax might or might not affect them. So I think that there, from my perspective, there's no need to hold this on. The sooner we can get this conversation started, I think the better for all involved. So I would hope it gets support, Mr. Mayor.
Any further debate to the yes? Councillor Sikoli, then Councillor Carpenter. You're right. Councillor Antosky, then Sikoli, then Carpenter.
Thank you. If this will make it more palatable, I'll be in favor of it. It's the same thing. It's still part of the discussion. It doesn't mean that all of these other pieces can't come to the table and be discussed. And I want to remind people that even if it was land transfer tax and the province came back and said, yeah, we're okay with that, it's still giving the municipalities the option to opt into this. That's what's being asked for as one of the options. So this is right at the beginning. So, I think Councillor Suss may have come up with something that just makes it a bit more palatable, but I just want people to remember that all of these things can be on the table if we can get to the table. That's what we need to do. We need to get to the table.
Councillor Van der Stel's next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We should not kick this further down the field in terms of time. We're not coming cap in hand to the province saying, please, sir, may I have some more, sir. This is not Dickens. This is leadership. You have an opportunity here now to say with a united voice from this council, we are looking for the future opportunities that we can negotiate that will serve to alleviate what we're suffering from, not only in Brantford, but up and down the track. We have an opportunity here to show through leadership and through a dedication to a process that we bring a certain amount of measured solution to something we've been struggling with for 18 years now. This is an opportunity to set up negotiations. And I would like us to bring our A game. I would thank you, Councillor Sluss, for bringing this forward, because it's one of a number of different opportunities that we could discuss at the negotiation table, not cap in hand, no, bringing palatable solutions to the province and saying in a unified voice, we need to take a different direction on this. The direction we've been following for so long has not borne any fruit. And we know that it's counterintuitive to places to grow to not have this discussion. So from my perspective, the more we add onto this plate for discussion, the better off we will all be. And my other argument is we should have started this quite some time ago. I've been obviously lobbying for this for all of my term on council, that we include all the other levels of government in order to bring some resolution to land claims and the hardships that come with it. So I would encourage you to make sure we bring our A game, give very clear direction to our teams to bring their A game, including the mayor at AMO and whoever is at FCM. The time is now, and the time for discussion was yesterday. I believe it's something we can move on freely and honestly and with a good mind. And I certainly look forward to a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Well, all the votes are recorded, but we'll go to Councillor Sikoli now.
Yes, thank you. And anyone who's curious as to where I came up with my numbers, there's plenty of online calculators. I encourage you to Google land transfer tax, and the rates are based on the only other municipality here in Brantford that charges.
All right, can you debate, please,
Sure.
as to the amendment?
I will debate to
Okay, we're
the
not going to
amendment.
be re-debating what's already been debated, so
Sure.
please.
Sure. I feel as if we are going to offer or propose a solution, let's make it a solution that has a shot at going somewhere and providing a resolution to this situation. The municipal land transfer tax has been shot down many, many times from our provincial government. Suggesting it again might almost stop us from achieving our goal before we even get there. So this amendment, speaking to the amendment, makes it a slightly more palatable to me. I mean, I think if we're adding a development, a lot levy or development levy, it's eventually going to make its way back to the consumer. But this does make it a little more easier to swallow for me. This will still get to the table and the discussion will still be had without the MLTT in here. Removing clause C1, I know that's gone, or amending it, speaking to the amendment, will still allow for this to get to the table for the discussion to be had. So I would like to see this move forward. I don't think, just out of principle, I'll be supporting it, to be honest. But it makes it a little easier to swallow if it does pass. Thank you very much for the proposed amendment, Councillor Sluss.
All right, Councillor Carpenter.
Development charges are specific legislation and they are designed for specific reasons. And the legislation and calculations that are done for development charges. So unless the province is willing to change the Development Charges Act legislation just for us, I don't see how this would work. And I know that we've heard before that when you raise the development charges, you raise the price of homes. I've heard that before, but I've never actually bought into that because whatever the actual developers look at building a subdivision, they look at the full cost of the land, and that includes development charges and lot levies and what it's going to cost them. And that's how the land value is set in the first place to purchase such land. And then houses are always sold. Houses are always sold at market value, everything else aside. So I think that I won't be supporting this at this time. I think the real resolution should be the province has got a windfall on land transfer tax all over this province, and they should be dedicating a portion of their share to the Haldimand Tract and to resolve this problem if they want to show leadership in the province. And that's where leadership needs to come from our MPP and the Premier of Ontario.
Councillor McCurry on your own.
When Councillor Carpenter and I agree, it must be right. Certainly, there's a lot of blame to go around, both the provincial government and those folks in Ottawa, certainly. I will be supporting the amendment, but I will say only to rid the resolution of the municipal land transfer tax. I still find that that we are taking money out of the local economy, and the previous speaker spoke his opinion about house prices and how development charges impact on that. But this probably will take about $2 million a year out of the local economy when folks are paying that extra $1,000 a month for a lot levy. So yes, and thank you to Councillor Sluss for approving this. And Mayor, what I would say is I hope that everybody will support this, and then we can separate clause C1 for the final vote as well. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Wall.
This hasn't happened. This is a conversation about things that could or may be done with consultation. No matter what decision this council makes tonight, we are simply suggesting to the federal and provincial governments that it is time that we work together to repair relations with our Indigenous neighbors. I said it before, that involves having a conversation with Indigenous peoples, period. It's not about the money. It's 100% not about the money. It's about money for taxpayers, But whether or not this is in the form of a land transfer tax or a lot levy, if there is money given from the Canadian government or the provincial government to Indigenous peoples, that money is taxpayer dollars. I don't know what this is going to look like. But I just don't want anybody listening or watching or reporting. We are not making a decision here tonight on what's going to be done. We are making a decision here tonight on what could be done. And I think that that's very important because there's been a lot of talk in my inbox and on the phone and on social media in person, as if this has already happened, as if for some reason or in some way, this municipality has the means to do this, which we do not. We simply are requesting that the federal and provincial governments do a better job and expedite doing a better job of repairing relations with the Indigenous people of this land. That's what this is about. That's what we're here for. That's why I'm here. So, yeah.
Anyone else the amendment? And if I can have Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, as I said, unless there was a proposition, it was hard to deal with simply an opposition. And I see people out there trying to poison the well. I see people trying to advocate for their self-interest and interests of their business. And I gotta say.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
I think those comments.
Certainly.
cross
And
the
you know
line.
what? I will withdraw those, but I gotta tell you, I'll say nothing. So I will support this, I think, rather wise proposition as a way to go forward. We've been dealing with some conflicts here that are significant, that need to be addressed. And I also agree, this is the time that we have to move. Sometimes I think, a deferral would be better under a political climate. I get that as it being election year, but I don't think it's the time though, overall, to delay anymore. And we all know the province and the feds aren't coming here to help us. We have enough problems of our own at this table dealing with things. I think we can come together on this one issue. And I think that's what's going to happen tonight.
If I can have can you give me the wording of the amendment, please? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Any other discussion? You've already had a speaking opportunity, Councilor McCurry. You forget it. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the vote in this place.
The amendment to clause CI has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall. Those opposed, Mayor Davis, Councillor Carpenter.
All right. So I don't think we have any further amendments unless anybody has any amendments. You have another amendment, Councillor McCurry?
On the resolution as amended?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for before I call for that final debate. Any further amendments? Okay, so the resolution as amended. So we each, if we want, have 5 minutes speaking out to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my comment that I'd like to see that amended clause separated for voting.
It's so separated for voting. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've stressed many times, this is about discussion, about negotiation. It's also been said this is about starting a conversation. I've read through Clause C several times, and nowhere in Clause C are any of those words used. The way Clause C is written, if this passes tonight, a future council, if given the powers by the province, can implement them. There's no requirement in there anywhere for negotiations, for discussions, or for conversations. So I can't support it the way it is. It gives too much power to a future council. And we're coming up on an election, so anytime these powers are implemented, it'll be a future council. And they may not have your vision that this is to negotiate. They might just go ahead and implement them. So the way it's written, there is no way I can support any of this. And it's been said that in my amendment that we can't hold everybody up if one person decides to come into an occupation. Well, that's why this whole thing won't work anyway. Because if you're offering money to one group at Six Nations, we know how fractured they are. All you're going to do is upset the other groups. We're then going to come and say, where's mine? We already have that problem with lot monitors. So unless there's changes to this, further changes, I can't support it.
Any further debate? Councilor Carpenter.
When this came to committee whole, I was in the chair, so I restricted myself from speaking as the chair should do most in order to have a balanced decorum. But you know what this resolution and the discussion has really shown me, and even the discussion I've had with constituents who've called and the lobbyists who've called and told to call, was the lack of knowledge and education of our own citizenry about the largest Indigenous population in the country that lives next to us. How uneducated majority of us are on the culture. So none of this will work until we spend our time educating ourselves about each other. So it just seems to me that just listening to the discussion here, we don't understand the real culture on Six Nations, or not. Some of us don't, or some of us do a little bit, but none of us know exactly what the culture is about. A culture that's been fractured for hundreds of years. We talk about the residential school and every child matters. You know, it's popular, so we speak positive about that. We don't really understand fully what happens, what's been happening, and what needs to happen to resolve land claims in a culture that was just about decimated by the country, by the political folks. And now, you know, the mayor, you know, is reaching for something to find a way to have a solution where we can get together and sort of, the two-row wampum is supposed to mean we share in prosperity growing together. Well, First Nations people, Indigenous population has not been doing that. We have not been sharing. And so the mayor comes forward with a suggestion on how we do that. And it's clear that clearly, just by what I've heard from constituents calling me with a misunderstanding about what even what this resolution is, tells me we've got a long ways to go in education. So I applaud the mayor for bringing it forward, and I applaud members of council who've spoken highly about why we need to do something. I think education is going to have to come first, and we really need to spend a lot of time in educating. I passed resolutions 3 councils ago that were mostly ignored, when we were supposed to meet with our Six Nations neighbors quarterly, even if we just talked about our grandchildren and our lives, got to know each other as human beings, knowing what our problems and concerns were, we would come to solutions together. But that didn't happen because for some reason we're so used to this paper. You know, we got to have an agenda. We have to have items on the agenda, or we don't know what to do. We can't just sit down with each other and have discussions about who we are, because we have to have an agenda. We have to have some kind of goal we're going towards. And so the education piece never happened. We don't know how the funding works on Six Nations. We don't know. There's lots of discussion out there. There's lots of what I would say a bigoted discussion that I've heard from people about what they think, how Six Nations works and how they're funded and what's going on. That's just misinformation. They don't mean to be that way. They just read it on social media. And if it's on social media, it's got to be true. We've got a long ways to go on educating each other about each other before we can even take any steps. And I just wish we would move that direction. I think you're trying to do that here, Mr. Mayor. I give you a lot of credit for trying. In election year, it's pretty brave of you. But you can see what happens in election year, specifically when you try and bring something this controversial forward. Thank you.
Any further debate? Yeah, wanted to say that, what this in essence is an attempt to do is to, as I said previously, is to begin a dialogue that begins, it has to start with the provincial government because the provincial government has the constitutional authority to accommodate and consult, which they freely download to us without little direction or guidance. And so this is an attempt to begin that discussion, which is, frankly, the beginning of would be an extremely long and complicated process. I don't doubt that. That would involve lots of education and discussion with members of our community and members of the Indigenous community. But at the core of it, it's turning what is in many ways an adversarial relationship to creating a partnership in prosperity and to some degree begin to take control of our own destiny and our own future and not just leave it in the hands of the higher levels of government, which frankly haven't, as far as we've seen over the last 25, 27 years, not done much. And so the time for significant steps, I think, are here. And you can decide, well, it's near an election, maybe shouldn't do this. I guess that's a safe course of action. But it's a debate. It's a dialogue that is long overdue in our community because, what has been the path we've been following, as I said previously a couple of weeks ago, it doesn't give us a long-term solution to the divisions that are in our region. And although this would not put on us the responsibility to resolve the whole land claim process, this would just be a small part of it and would just be an attempt to create a partnership in our community that would leave unsolved the issues that the provincial and federal government have. So this is in no way intended to relieve them of the responsibility they have. This is an attempt to create, as I said, some peace and shared prosperity in our community that will benefit all of us over the course of time. And a story of, instead of division, a story of cooperation, of unity. And what's wrong to aspire to that? And I think it's a noble thing to aspire to. And why not this community, which has, of all the communities in Canada, one of the longest histories and complicated histories with the Indigenous communities. So let's start here. So with that, any further discussion?
A separation on all the clauses, please.
Yep. So we'll have so you say all the clauses? Yep, okay. All right, so Madam Clerk, if we could have a separated vote on all the clauses. Start at A and let's work down.
Item 12.2.15, Clause A has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Counselor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Item 12.2.15, Clause B has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Counselor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Clause C, I, as amended, has carried on a recorded vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor, Counselor Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Counselor Secoli, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter. Clause CII has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Counselor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Counselors Martin, Carpenter. Clause CII has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Counselor Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Counselors Martin, Carpenter. Clause D has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Counselors Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Clause E has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Counselors Secoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, while Mayor Davis. Councillor Carpenter, just waiting for your response for clause F.
There was a clause F, but it was.
Clause F, G, and H were added by an amendment by Councillor McCurry and Councillor Martin.
Okay.
Clause F has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Could we see the clause?
I'll have to cancel the vote and go back if you'd like me to display it.
If I can't see it, I'll just vote no.
Clause G has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor is Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter. The remaining clause for item 12.2.15 as amended has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor is Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, so we have a lot still to cover. And we're already hitting 9:30. So please consider that as we move forward. So we have the next item is 12.3.4. No, we dealt with that already. Yeah, 12.4.5, the proposed amendments to delegation authority bylaw. There is an amendment. I believe Councillor Vanderstel, you have that amendment.
I do indeed, Mr. Mayor. More of a housekeeping item. Perhaps staff may speak to it if so necessary. But it is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Sakoli. The amendment is that Appendix A of item 12.4.5 be amended by providing permission in Schedule D to the applicable general manager or director to enter into agreements relating to specific road reconstruction requirements, in which the form of the agreement is to be approved by the city solicitor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, call the vote, please.
The amendment for item 12.4.5, proposed amendments to the delegation of authority bylaw and policy have carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Let's move to 12.4.9, the potential vote as amended, Sorry. Any discussion as amended? No, let's go to the vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, was that 12.4.9?
No, that's coming up next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Twelve point 4.5 as amended is carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, let's move to 12.4.9. Councillor Utley, you asked for that to be separated.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank my ward mate, Councillor John Sless, for bringing this resolution last week on my behalf. And also the sector, I think it's Councillor Martin, and I also had the full support of members of council, which I very much appreciate. I just want to speak very briefly to what's going on with the purchase of homes by a company who seems to be doing this in other communities around the province to instead of paying for their employees to be put up in hotels, motels, it's probably easier, cheaper to rent or buy a house at a residential neighborhood. And in the one instance, there was 8 males living in this one residential home, and created a lot of problems for the neighbors with cars coming and going, females arriving during the week and the weekend for hours, days, or weeks at a time. What's happening here exceeds my worst fears with what's happening with residential homes and our neighborhoods. They're being destroyed with this sort of behavior, create absolute havoc with the neighbors in close proximity. And I hope very much that this resolution will maybe give us some clout once we've got some information to go back to the province and our MPP, Obama, to say something's got to give here. We can't do this to our neighborhoods. None of us on council will accept what's happening here, and I really feel for the people that are long-time house owners, keep their properties perfect, and then all hell lets loose next door with people that are far less than neighborly. I just wanted to make that statement, Mr. Mayor, and again, I thank council for their support on this. Could be in any of our wards and in any city in the province. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I know the house that Councillor Utley is referring to. They started renovating it from, I believe it was a 3-bedroom home in a single-family residential neighborhood. They converted it to 8 bedrooms without building permits. After being issued a stop work order, they continued to do the renovations, and they still haven't got the required permits, but yet it's occupied and it's causing havoc in the neighborhood. So hopefully this resolution will help give staff the ability to address this situation.
Call a vote on it then. Seeing no other speakers.
Item 12.4.9, potential threat to resident home ownership, has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay. All right, we'll move now to item 12.4.11, and that is an amendment that's being proposed by Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. This is an item that Councillor Martin and I brought forward at committee of the whole as mover and seconder. And tonight we are mover and seconder of the separated items of which this forms a part. Mayor, I'm just wondering if you could rule whether or not we can simply substitute the amended resolution for the initial resolution.
Well, you're asking that it in essence be, I guess, called sort of a friendly amendment. I'd be prepared to do that unless there's an objection. If anybody objects on council, then we'll have to put it to a formal amendment, because that's technically what it really should be. So Anybody object?
Thank you, Mayor. So the amended version will be the substituted version. And I know staff have some concerns about this, and certainly they're well justified. But what the amendment does is it simplifies what was before us initially, and it gives a double direction to staff to do two things. The first is to conclude an agreement of purchase and sale of 15 acres of city-owned land and an option for an additional 5 acres. It cites a minimum sale price of $500,000 per acre. And I'm sorry, I don't have the hectare conversions before me tonight. The second thing is that gives staff direction to prepare a roadmap to expedite the planning and development of the new Catholic high school and the Power Line Central Block Plan to permit construction commencement by 1 June of 24. And those two directions to staff would be concluded and presented to council no later than 31 October 22. Now, by way of explanation, both the city and the Catholic School Board agree that this is a pretty good location for a brand new Catholic high school for which they've received a bucket of cash from the provincial government. And the provincial government is eager, as well as the Catholic School Board, to see this get underway. So we do have agreement on that. We don't exactly have agreement on precisely where that will happen. We don't have precisely an agreement on what the intersection or the service road will look like, other than the fact that they would like to be on Power Line Road, adjacent Power Line Road, not on it. That wouldn't be safe. So despite all the reservations and despite the fact that they may not achieve that construction start date, this will give them the background and staff the direction to start to get this ready, because we have seen some pretty good things out of our school board partners. And I think it's imperative that we lay the groundwork for this and get that school built in the city of Brantford before the population increases north of Power Line. We do have to, there are some issues with building code and permits and the kind of minutia that are going to guide where this goes. We don't have services there, and they won't be available for a couple of years, but it'll take them a couple of years to build the school. So I hope everybody can support this tonight. It's going to be a boon to education in the city of Brantford. The Catholic School Board has some pretty cool ideas of what they're going to do on the site, and I'd really like to see us expedite their ability to bring this forward as quickly as they can. They've got a lot of work to do as well. They've got to select their consultants and look at contractors and architects and deal with the company that owns some of the lands there and work out the block plan with them. Lots to do, but this gives clear direction to staff to get things going and help them meet the timelines that they've established. And if they can't meet those timelines, to help them move it along and meet whatever timelines we can later establish to get the school open and serving the North End communities. I gather the catchment area would probably be wards 4, 3, and 2, and probably some in the county. And we're very fortunate because by bringing this forward, we are making sure that the travel time to this school is a lot less for city kids than it would be if they had exercised the other option, which would be to build in the county. So city kids would end up probably getting bused there, whereas we'll have a leg up in terms of having our kids be able to walk to school, and the county kids will be the ones coming in on buses. So we don't want to do anything to take a chance on losing the opportunity to host that school in the city of Brantford, and this helps us get further down that road, Mayor. Thank you, and I would hope everybody can support this tonight. And thank you, Mayor, for the ruling to save us a few minutes by introducing this as the amended resolution.
Any discussion? Yeah, I've got a question for staff, and the resolution as it's worded, I understand the intent and I can support it, but I am concerned about the final clause that says the agreement roadmap be concluded and presented to council no later than October 31st, 2022. And not having gone through this before, frankly, can you help us? Would there be the ability, assuming it's a lame duck council, which I think is going to be the case, the new council's not sworn in until sometime between November 14th or 15th. So how would there be authority to do that? That'd be like in the last 2 weeks of this term of this council.
To you, Mayor Davis, Heidi DeVries, General Manager, People, Legislative Services and Planning. Assuming that following nomination day, which is August the 19th, that this council is in a lame duck position, there are restricted acts during that period, one of which is the disposition of assets over $50,000. So to answer your question, the answer would be no. This council would not be in a position as of that particular date given in this amended resolution to conclude an agreement of purchase and sale of this magnitude, assuming that at the minimum price set, the overall cost for 15 acres would be over the $50,000 mark. With respect to the roadmap that we could possibly do, we could do by October 31st. So the roadmap, yes. The conclusion of an agreement of purchase and sale, no. I would say as well, given the time period, something as simple as a reference plan, which would have to be put down in order to properly sever this property, takes quite a bit of time and survey work as well. And that would be required prior to the conclusion of an agreement of purchase and sale.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Coley.
Yes, I'd like to put an amendment on the floor seeking a seconder that clause C be amended to read that the agreement and roadmap be concluded and presented to council no later than November 30th, sorry. Yeah, November 30th, 2022. Thank you.
That's friendly.
Friendly, mover, yeah, okay, it's friendly. Councillor Carpenter, do you want to speak to the resolutions on that?
I don't know if that changes the problem. By moving the date up to November, we're not sworn in until, is it December 15th? November 15th. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
It's November 30th, which is after.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. So any further discussion? Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I was fortunate and asked to be part of the early discussions on this. And as I understood it, any of the development that would potentially occur north of power line was looking at a window of 4 years before the work could begin, whereas south of power line could be as little as 2 years in order to commence construction. The June 1st, 2024 date, would anybody be willing to make a comment on tightening up that timeline and what it means for the workload that we're experiencing, considering our growth in Brantford?
So through the chair, I don't want to presuppose the roadmap that we're being requested to bring forward. So that is exactly what we would be undertaking through that roadmap. I would say you're correct in your recollection of the timeframes that were set out for development of these lands, particularly with respect to the amount of servicing that will be required to bring them, as we say, online or on board. With respect to that fairly aggressive construction timeline, it really depends on a number of factors that will be set out in the roadmap, as well as what we've already heard, the board hiring the appropriate consultants, participating in the landowner group meetings, one of which will be happening Thursday, and the sooner they do that, the better.
Okay, thank you. I'll watch from my seat at home. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Carpenter.
So the amendment was friendly?
Yeah, it was friendly.
Yeah, I just want to remind members of council, for an amendment to be friendly, everyone has to agree that it's friendly, not the mover and the seconder. But anyways, speaking to this, I have some concerns with the price. $500,000 is low. So I don't want staff to think that this is that they can just go and sell their property for 500,000. And concluded means that staff will have this concluded. The agreement will not be, the staff, the agreement will be not concluded unless council passes it.
So the chair, that's correct.
Even though the wording says concluded, okay. And secondly, the power line road question, whether it's on power line road or on the new road that will run through the middle of both the brand new subdivision that's east and west of Park Road North and Wayne Gretzky Parkway. Wayne Gretzky Parkway will go into this new road, and that will be the spline that will travel through that subdivision. it won't be Powerline Road. Certainly, we don't want to put all the traffic on Powerline Road, a road that we cannot widen because there's major hydro lines on both sides of it, which would be very expensive to try and move. And so I see Powerline Road in the future becoming simply just a local road, and the new road that goes to the spline of this property will be the main road. So I have some concern with avoiding Powerline Road. I get the idea of the mover, and I can support the resolution going forward, but let's not tie it directly to Powerline Road. It could be very well, it could be on the south side of the new road or the north side of the new road. But I don't want us to think we're locking ourselves in the Powerline Road. And of course, $500,000 is way too low. We certainly can get a lot more for that. And I would hope that whatever we get for this property, I hope the council will see that the money goes towards the affordable housing file.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, take the vote, please.
Item 12.4.11, support for locating a new Brant Haldeman Norfolk Catholic District School Board Secondary School within the Northern Expansion lands has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelt, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, while Mayor Davis.
So we need an extension. So Councillor Wall, would you please move an extension?
I move that we extend the meeting until the work is done.
All right, so that's probably appropriate given this is the last. So can I get a seconder on that? Second by Councillor Antosky.
Speaking to this,
it's not debatable.
I don't want to debate it. I want to speak now.
It's not debatable.
Thank you.
That's a debate. That's speaking to it. So call the vote on that. Councillor Antosky. Councillor Wall.
Motion to extend the hour has carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelt, Sless, McCreary, Martin, and Toski, while Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is 12.6.1, the Fisher Street. Councillor Sakoli.
Yes, thank you. When we discussed this at committee earlier this month, we had asked staff to provide us with a cost analysis for changing the intersection onto Shellard to be there to get a cost analysis on what that would look like as a left and a right. Currently, it's a right hand in and out only. So what I would like to do is bring forth an amendment seconded by Councillor Vanderstelt, that item 12.6.1 be amended by adding the following clause, C, that staff be directed to bring forward to the Estimates Committee as part of the 2023 capital budget, a capital project to implement a new three-leg intersection along Shellard Lane at approximately 165 meters west of the existing signal controlled by Conklin and the Shellard intersection for consideration by that committee. And the reason for that is just to have a look on whether or not we can possibly do that and implement that there. I think the people of that ward have spoken and they would like it. And I would like to see if we can do that. Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Vanderstelt.
I'm glad you can see my hand so late in the evening, Mr. Mayor. To reiterate, both Councillor Scully and I would like to thank Don Victoria Homes and their consultants that have worked towards this. One of the solutions, the right in, right out, which can serve to alleviate some of the congestion or future possible congestion in that neighborhood, as well as some safety concerns and parking. The additional amendment that we're speaking to would serve to almost completely eliminate the issues that some of the other constituents have brought to our attention. And I look forward to that healthy discussion coming forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any other debate? Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like clarification on that, is that coming to estimates as an unmet need?
Can you help us there, Andy?
Through you, Mayor Davis, that would be part of the capital budget. So it'd be a capital project that we would bring forward.
So that would be baked into the capital for 2023. That wouldn't be an unmet need.
No, that would not be an unmet need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Carpenter.
So would you be able to tell us when that comes forward, what projects got deleted because you brought this one forward? Does this resolution suggest that this one is going to be automatically in the 2023 budget?
Through you, Mayor Davis, Council Carpenter will have the asset management tool, obviously, that will define what we need to bring forward. Direction from council in terms of capital projects to bring forward, we will bring those as well for debates and discussion. I can't say that this is part of or where it would rank in terms of need, but I understand there's safety issues. I wasn't there during the deliberations of this item, but in terms of ranking and what moves off, this obviously is a balancing of the capital budget, and this would take up of dollars that could be spent elsewhere.
Yeah, and when it comes forward, if it's not going to be an unmet need, which I think it should be, then I think it should certainly identify which projects are being pushed back because this project is being recommended. So we know exactly what we're doing, at least in this project. The other concern I have is, and it was brought up, I'm in agreement actually with the access off of Shutter's Lane. I think that makes a lot of sense, it solves the neighborhood problems. But if you don't eliminate the access off of Fisher, then what you get is a shortcut. Anybody wants to shortcut through that neighborhood to get into that neighborhood, you'll find them going right through that development in the neighborhood as a regular occurrence. We see it on West Street with the Staples Plaza. That's not a road, but it is a road. So if anybody that's up there that sees where the traffic's flowing, and the same thing will happen here. So I'm hoping that's going to be addressed as well.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, take the vote.
The amendment for item 12.6.1, application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ 2020-12 Fisher Street has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sikoli, Vanderselt, Sluss, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski. Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay, on the resolution as amended, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on it.
Item 12.6.1 as amended is carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sikoli, Vanderselt, Sluss, McCurry, Martin, and Toski. Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Great. We're going to move into the urgent report. We've already disposed of that. And so we have item 14, and Councillor Sluss has a matter. Councillor Carpenter, I'm going to ask you if you would chair, because I'd like to take a little break.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we're on 14.1, Councillor Sluss. I understand you are a mover of 14. Please confirm this and identify your seconder. Proceed with your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself seeking a seconder. Councillor Vanderselt. We're doing 14.1. Yes. That the manager of real estate be directed to proceed with the acquisition strategy identified in the in-camera report 2022-453 for the acquisition of 36-40 Queen Street, the Lucy Marco Building from Laurier University, and to execute any and all documents necessary to complete the acquisition of Laurier's interest in this property. And that the acquisition of 36-40 Queen Street be funded as follows: from the issuance of growth-related debentures from the Affordable Housing Reserves, RFO 475, and that the clerk be directed to present the following bylaws to council to effect the purchase of the properties identified in Clause C above. Applicable purchase bylaw, financing bylaw up to 4.8672 in debentures, funding towards the purchase of 3640 Queen Street. The staff be directed to provide a budget for the necessary renovation costs of same address to council no earlier than December 2022, and that staff be directed to prepare a communication strategy to inform the general public and a program strategy to engage community partners to identify any potential partnerships, collaborations, or system synergies, including identifying priority tenants who will be eligible for this housing program and how it will be structured. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor Celeste, you have the floor. Do you want to speak to this?
No, I'm supportive of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Antosky, you're first on the queue then. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick comment, thanking staff for keeping their eyes open, looking for opportunities, particularly when we know that finding land for affordable housing is difficult, and for bringing forward an excellent and thorough report for us. This is a really great opportunity and helps support the affordable housing initiative. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, it's already been said, this will create more affordable housing units in our downtown core, ones that part of our plan. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Oh, call the question, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Wall. Item 14.1, the resolution from special city in camera meeting held July 26, 2022 regarding the acquisition of 3640 Queen Street, Lucy Marco Building, Laurier University is carried on a recorded vote of 8-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sikoli, Vanderstel, Celeste McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis. Mayor Davis was absent at the time of the vote.
Okay, thank you. I don't much needed deserved break. The mayor is okay. Councillor Celeste, I understand that you have a notice of motion that you'd like to present tonight as a resolution this evening. This will require, of course, a motion to waive the rules. Please move the motion and state your seconder, please.
Yes, if I could please get the clerk to put it on the screen. I'll be seeking a seconder. Actually, Councillor McCurry. Thank you, Councillor McCurry. Councillor Otley was going to second this, but he's left the meeting. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that section 15-11-5 and 15-3-12 of chapter 15 of the City of Brantford Municipal Code be waived in order to introduce the following resolution without prior notice of motion and without having been considered at a committee of the whole or standing committee. Whereas the intersection of St. Paul Ave and Brant Ave is under construction and is planned to be under construction for 8 additional weeks. And whereas residents of Homedale express concerns regarding exiting the area in a safe and timely manner, especially when attempting to access the Brantford General Hospital. And whereas residents of Homedale have been negatively impacted by the construction, which has resulted in undue stress and hardship. And whereas it is in the best interest of the community to expedite construction within the intersection as soon as possible. Now therefore be it resolved, staff be directed to negotiate a price with the contractor to expedite the completion of the construction by extending construction hours to evenings and weekends, and that any costs related to expediting construction be funded from the approved project budget.
Thank you, Councillor Celeste. Any questions on the timing? Councillor Antosky. Motion to waive the rules only.
No, thank you.
Let's call a question on motion to waive the rules.
motion to waive the rules has carried on a recorded vote of 7-0, achieving the 2/3 required. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelts, Les McCurry, Martin Carpenter, and Toski.
Having succeeded, the motion is on the floor for discussion. Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure most folks in this chamber travel Brant Ave, if not regularly, certainly periodically. And it is the main corridor out of, sorry?
Councillor Sless is the same mover and seconder, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's what I
Correct.
thought. Yep, thank you.
Yep. Okay, this is regarding the intersection of St. Paul's Ave and Brant Avenue, which is under construction. And it was indicated to council that that would be closed for construction for 8 consecutive weeks. And it's causing a real concern. It's the major artery out of Homedale. The area is feeling cut off from the city. One resident that called me indicated that in one day in that area, the overpass on the train overpass at Paris Road and Brant Ave was down to 2 lanes. We were cutting and shaving and paving on Paris Road in that area. We were cutting and shaving on Ava Road on that area on that same day. And on that same day, the intersection of St. Paul and Brant Ave was closed and you could not get through there either, which raised the concern if there was a fire, a major fire, we had problems. If they're aware of that the closures are there, EMS, but by the same token, they've got to go a long way around to get down into Homedale to deal with any type of an emergency, whether it be ambulance, whether it be fire, whether it be police. So I guess at the end of the day, the folks are very frustrated. They're very angry. The anger has turned towards the city. And as the representative from the area, I committed to them that I would attempt every avenue that we have available to us as a community to expedite that job and get it done and get that intersection opened up as quickly as humanly possible. In speaking with the general manager of engineering, Mr. Hans has indicated to me that there is, he believes, room in the budget for that project to get the company, the construction company, to start working evenings and weekends to expedite this timeline. That has to be negotiated, so that's going to take a little bit of time, but hopefully that can be done as quickly as possible so that we can get that intersection back open. So I would certainly hope that everybody on council would support this. It's extremely important to a very large portion of our community. And I think that it's not only a good thing to do, it's the right thing to do. We can reconnect them with the rest of the city. So I would ask that everybody support it.
Thank you, Councillor Sless, and I'll hand the chair back to the Mayor Davis, who's back in seat.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter, for doing that for me. So any discussion? Yes, Councillor Carpenter.
This is kind of what happens when we cut all the accesses off to Homedale and leave one access available. And then we have road construction without looking at ways of making alternative access points. I remember this discussion on many councils ago. I'm sure Councillor Sless remember when Grand River Ave used to go straight through. And the discussion was when that road is being constructed, how are we going to get down to Grand River Ave? I lived down in Homedale then on Reed Street at the time, so I was curious on the discussion. We were promised another route, never happened. So I applaud Councillor Sless for bringing this forward, trying to assist the constituents in getting home in a safer manner. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, take the vote. Yeah. Yes, just mark it. I'll get back in.
Item 15.1, Homedale Construction, St. Paul Ave and Brant Ave has carried on a recorded vote of 8-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstel, Celeste, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski. Mayor Davis.
Okay, so we'll now move into bylaws. And are we gonna have to defer any of these? Okay, all right. So let's proceed then to first and second reading. So Councillor Antosky, I believe you've got the resolution. Would you
Yes,
please read it and state your second?
I'm the lucky one this evening, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. That leave be given to the mover and seconder to introduce the following bylaws for first and second reading. 106-2022 bylaw to authorize the execution of agreements individually dated and listed on Schedule A attached here to 1 shared services agreement between County of Brant and the Corporation of the City of Brantford regarding social services. 2 shared services agreement between the County of Brant and the Corporation of the City of Brantford regarding paramedic services. 3 development agreement between the Ministry of Long-Term Care and the Corporation of the City of Brantford regarding the Belcourt redevelopment at the John Noble Home. 4 lease agreement between the Grand Erie District School Board and the Corporation of the City of Brantford regarding Greenbrier Public School. 107-2022 bylaw to approve the purchase of certain lands and premises within the City of Brantford. 348 Elgin Street. 108-2022 bylaw to declare and dedicate part of Lot 37 Concession 4 being Part 6 on 2R-8753, City of Brantford being part of the PIN 32119-0040 as part of the public highway to be known as Carter Street. 109-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83 being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford, Mayflower Avenue. 110-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83 being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford on Henry Street. 111-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83 being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford, Ava Road. 112-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83 being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford, pedestrian crossovers. 113-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83 being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford, Mount Pleasant Street. 114-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88 being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford, William Street. 115-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010 being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies by adopting Public Works Policy 24. 116-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010 being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies by amending corporate policy 32. 117-2022 bylaw to levy taxes on certain designated public institutions pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 for the year 2022. 118-2022 being bylaw to amend bylaw 8-2022 being a bylaw to authorize the John Noble Home Belcourt redevelopment project and to make provision for the financing of the foregoing. 119-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw number 160-90 being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the City of Brantford. Colburn Street. 120-2022 bylaw to repeal and replace bylaw 169-2021 being a bylaw to delegate to city staff the authority to approve and execute all documents individually listed on schedules A through F. 121-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw number 160-90 being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the City of Brantford, Fisher Street. 122-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw number 160-90 being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the City of Brantford. I lost my spot. One moment, please. Shellards Lane. 123, 2022 bylaw to amend bylaw number 160-90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and the use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford, Colburn Street. 125, 2022 bylaw to adopt amendment number 1 to the city of Brantford official plan envisioning our city 2051. 126 bylaw to declare and dedicate part 7 on 2R-7714, City of Brantford being part of the PIN 32074-1110 as part of the public highway to be known as Shellard Lane. 127, 2022 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010 being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies and to create a corporate policy manual by amending corporate policy 48, which is street naming policy. 128-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88 being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Blackburn Drive. 129-2022 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88 being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford, Grand River Ave. 130-2022 bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford with respect to the meeting held on July 26, 2022. 131-2022 bylaw to approve the purchase of certain lands and premises within the City of Brantford on Queen Street, and 132-2022 bylaw to authorize the acquisition of Wilfrid Laurier interest in 36 to 40 Queen Street, Brantford, and to delegate authority to council to pass bylaws to authorize the long-term financing of such acquisition.
Phew. Okay, so does anybody want any of the bylaws separated? I know we have one, Councillor Carpenter, that has to be separated because of your conflict, but are there any other bylaws anybody wants separated? Councillor Carpenter.
Yes, 106.4 and 110 and 120. Thank you.
All right, so 106, 110
and 120.
And $120. Yeah, so I assume 110 takes care of your conflict. Is that what you're asking for? Is that 114? Yeah. So do you want those dealt with separately or as a bundle?
106 can be separate, the rest can be lumped together.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote then on first and second reading for all of the bylaws except for 106, 110, 114, and 120?
My apologies, Councillor Wall, I didn't see you return to the room, so let me reset that vote. Sorry. All bylaws not separated for discussion purposes have carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sakoli, Vanderstelt, Celeste, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, while Mayor Davis.
All right, let's move to 106. You asked for that to be separated, Councillor Carpenter. Any discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just staff, when this comes forward at budgets, I would like the staff to let us know the increased operating costs that will be in the budget because we're going to have another property that we're going to be maintaining as part of this lease agreement. I think we have to maintain this property as part of this agreement. So just wanted the cost be brought forward during our estimates process. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on first and second reading of 106.
Bylaw 106 for first and second reading has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Celeste Curry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski Wall. Mayor Davis.
All right, bylaws 110, 114, and 120. We'll take them as a group, first and second reading. Any
Mr.
discussion?
Mayor, 114 has to be kept separate because that's my conflict.
Yeah, okay, we'll take 114 separate then. We'll do that one right now. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
First and second reading for bylaw 114 has carried on a recorded vote of 8-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Celeste McCurry, Martin, and Toski Wall. Mayor Davis, noting Councillor Carpenter's conflict.
All right, we'll take 110 and 120. Any discussion? Councillor Carpenter? No, all right. All right, take the vote on 110 and 120, please.
Bylaws 110 and 120 for first and second reading have carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Celeste McCurry, Martin, and Toski Wall. Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
Move to third reading, and I think, who's got that? Councillor Van Tilburg, I think you've got that. Oh, he's gone. Okay, Councillor Wall, we could. No, just.
No. I'll do it.
Well,
That
that's right
all
there.
bylaws having received a first and second reading be taken as read a third time and finally passed and signed by the mayor and clerk.
All right. Anybody want any of these separated for discussion and separate vote? Obviously, 114 will be dealt with separately. Okay. Councilor Carpenter, be okay, we'll leave out. Okay, let's take 114 then. Any discussion? All right, let's have the vote on it, please.
The third and final reading for bylaw 114 has carried on a recorded vote of councillors, 8-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Celeste McCurry, Martin, and Toski Wall. Mayor Davis, noting Councillor Carpenter's conflict.
All right, on the balance of the bylaws, third reading.
Third and final reading of all remaining bylaws has carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Secoli, Vanderstel, Celeste McCurry, Martin, and Toski Wall. Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, so while I'm signing the bylaws, we'll go around for ward announcements. Councillor Vanderstel, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing for now. Thanks.
Councillor Scully. You.
Yes, sorry. It's been a long night. Yes, I just want to let everybody know that on August 17th at Donegal Park, we are hosting, or the Neighborhood Association, the Shellard Neighborhood Association is hosting movies in the park. And that is located at Donegal Park. The address is 70 Donegal Park, in case you don't know where that is. The movie starts at dusk. Bring your popcorn, bring your chairs, bring a blanket. And the movie that they are playing is Moana. So if you have nothing to do on the 17th, or you're looking for some wholesome family fun, come on out. I'll be there and I'll see you there. Thanks. That's all I have.
Councillor Sluss.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, tomorrow evening at 6:30 is the monthly meeting of the Homedale Neighborhood Association at Costain School, or I guess Costain, sorry, it used to be the Costain School. Now it's Costain Community Center. And tomorrow evening at Devon Down Park, Mr. Mayor, you'll be there and I'll be there. And if Councillor Utley can get some new crutches, he'll be there. He's got an ailing leg, but we're having the official opening of the newly renovated park, the playground equipment. And they're also having their movie night, movie in the park. That is tomorrow evening as well at Devon Down Park. So we got a busy day tomorrow. Thank you.
So Councillor Rutley's left. All right. So Councillor Martin.
Thank you. No announcements.
Councillor McCurry.
Ditto.
Councillor Antosky.
I don't seem to have any either. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Carpenter.
Just be careful. The kids are out there in summer holidays. They're riding their bikes in the neighborhoods. They're not paying attention as they should be. So just slow down. Look out for the kids. They can't see you all the time. So just slow down. Protect the children in the neighborhoods. Thank you. And stop using neighborhoods as shortcuts. Use the main roads.
Councillor Wall.
I'd like to repeat what Councillor Carpenter just said, but I won't. But thank you for saying it, Councillor Carpenter. Please drive safe, folks. Yeah, I got announcements. Harmony Square is jam-packed full of activities. Would you guess? But they are roller skating in Harmony Square. You don't even have to own roller skates. You just show up. You get roller skates, you go roller skating. It's a great time. There's music, there's magic, there's princesses, there's superheroes, there are movies. All of these things are happening in your downtown. You want to know more about it? Go online, type in the words Harmony Square. You can find out about the plethora of activities that are happening there. Yeah, movies are back, movies in the park. Those are happening all over the city all summer long. But there's also Music in the Park series going to be starting up. Stay tuned for more information about that. Ultimately, I always give shout outs to the neighborhood associations. If you go to Google, believe it or not, and you type in City of Brantford or even just Brantford neighborhood associations, I can bet you that your neighborhood has a neighborhood association that is looking for somebody just like you. And if you want more events to be announced at this, go be a part of your neighborhood association and make those things happen. Did I mention that they are roller skating in Harmony Square? It's incredible. Go roller skate. Drive safe. I love you. Good night.
That's it.